So get underway, Ms. Bauer. Okay, so I think I'll call the regular meeting of Township Council for Monday, October 23rd to order. Of course, I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional territories of the Coast Salish peoples, and in particular, acknowledge our valued relationships with the Katzie, Kwantlen, Matsqui, and Semiahmoo First Nations. With that, can I get a motion to adopt the agenda? Moved by Councillor Martins. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Rent. Councillor Richter.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to vary the agenda, to move item D1 to follow B and proceed C.
Okay. Is there a seconder to that?
Sorry, say again?
That would be to move item, do you want to repeat that, Council? Can we get that door closed, please? Yeah, that would, can you repeat that, please, Councilor Richter?
Yes, to move the delegation on Christmas in Williams Park, item D1, to follow adoption of minutes.
Is there a seconder to that? Not seeing a seconder, Councilor Richter.
Okay, could I make another change?
I'll come back to you. Councilor Bailey, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to make a change in the order. I'd like to reverse R3 and R4, so R4 comes before R3.
Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councilor Rent. Is there any, go ahead, Councilor Bailey. Is there any
Yeah,
discussion
I
on
just think it'll flow, the discussion will flow a lot better. I just think it's going to work a lot better.
this? Okay, seeing no other discussion, I'll call the question on that. And that carries. Councilor Richter and Councilor Pratt opposed. Now back to the agenda as amended. Councilor Richter, go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to move item F2 under C to the open meeting.
F2 under C. Mr. Backen, can you address that? We'll have Mr. Backen clarify. Before we look for a seconder.
This is item F2 on the other agenda, Your Worship. That would be in council's purview, but something that would be cautiously exercised because it does relate to conditions or compensation for services.
Yes, so I understand. So can you repeat your motion, Councilor Richter? Now that council's,
I'd like to move item F2 to the open meeting.
is there a seconder to that? Not seeing a seconder, Councilor Richter.
Okay.
No other speakers, I'll call the question on A1. And that carries. Councilor Richter opposed. Get a motion, please, to adopt the minutes from the regular council meetings from September 25th. Moved by Councilor Ferguson, seconded by Councilor Martins. Call the question on B1. That carries unanimously. Get a motion, please, to adopt the public hearing meeting minutes of September 25th. Moved by Councilor Martins, seconded by Councilor Pratt. Seeing no discussion, I'll call the question on B2. That carries unanimously. Get a motion to resolve into special close, but just, does anybody have any items to add? Please hit your button to speak if you have an item to add. Councilor Van Popta.
I have a legal matter.
Okay. Councilor Martins.
Thank you. I'd like to add a personnel item.
Okay, and I'll be adding a property item, Ms. Bauer. So with that, can I get a motion to adopt, resolve into special close? Moved by Councilor Pratt, seconded by Councilor Martins. Any other discussion? I'll call the question on C. And that carries with Councilor Richter opposed. So resolve into special close. Just want to give everybody an update. We did schedule a presentation a couple of months ago with a request for a set start time. So we'll be back as soon as that presentation concludes. Thank you. Great, so we'll get the meeting back underway. I appreciate everybody's patience while we had a scheduled presentation a couple of months ago, which required a set start time. So again, I apologize, and I appreciate everyone's patience. So with that, we'll get underway with item D1, a delegation from Barbara Sharp. Please come forward. Great, yeah, go ahead.
Let me put this up here so I can, if I click, do I? Yeah, okay. Last viewed. Okay, just to make sure I've got the lay of the land on the system here so that we can move along quickly, because I know that there's only 5 minutes, So good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm Barbara Sharp, and I'm the current president of the Christmas in Williams Park Society, and I'm here to do a delegation on behalf of my society board members, some of who are here in support of this. And let's talk about the park itself. We've been an event in the park since 1991, and up until this year, we've moved along pretty smoothly to have support from the township in many ways. And from 1991 to 2011, which I wasn't here for, there was a committee of the community along with the township support. From the beginning to 2011, there were clearly some changes to the event, but I can only personally speak to the event from about 2011 when I got personally involved in it, answering an ad in the local newspaper from the Township of Langley. From my initial involvement, I've never been told this event was not a Township of Langley event. So between 2013 and 16, there were various changes. On the left, you'll see some decorations. We did a stint in July 1, Canada Day, and the kids all cut up these snowflakes. On the right, you see one of the starts of some of the businesses putting in some money to donate and have their sign in our park. Even one of the former one of the former council members, Grant Ward, and his wife donated. We've always had volunteers. Township staff has participated or ran the Christmas in Williams Park event for 32 years. Mayor and council members always participated. You'll see Councillor Ferguson and former Councillor Patrina Arneson and former Mayor Jack Froze in there. You'll see horses, they come through. They've made it a yearly event now. And you'll see the kind of weather that we have to participate in with those big puddles around all those beautiful decorations. Every year we support the staff. They do a wonderful job, especially the past 5 years when they took over completely decorating our event. We also support our volunteers. We try to provide them a tent from the elements, but it doesn't always work. We've got new additions. We did a twinkle tour map showing people where to go to for all kinds of decorations. We're part of the Pacific Northwest Christmas Light group in Washington. That's how we've garnered some of our great displays. I don't know what happened to that. There was staff ideas on the left there. I'm hoping that the rest of this presentation is there. Those pink trees you see were a staff idea. Yeah, okay, I have a problem here. All the pictures are gone. There's supposed to be pictures on all these things. So I can't, it's pretty hard to talk to something that's not there. That's there, but what happened to that one?
I don't know. It's,
Uh-oh. Okay, well, let me just try to wing where there isn't pictures then. That time gets cut from my presentation time. We've had chamber support, CUPE, one of the local staff people that works for CUPE Provincial, brought out CUPE truck with hot chocolate and cookies and everything every year, all very supportive. Business support, we have like Key Largo Electric pays for a whole sort of section, where we have individual signs where they pay some money to put into donations. We've always had Township do our leaflets. We have the big Township emblem. We even see the current mayor in this picture from 2018 at the event. Volunteers and Township staff have always done it. This is the kind of storage This is the kind of storage that you're looking at for Christmas lights, trying to organize it. We have all visitors come out. We now have a mega tree. We now have computerized light shows with our decorations because of our involvement with the Washington group. That on the left is me taking a bunch of lights staff said didn't work back to Costco to be thrifty with the donations. Marketplace finds, like the Grinch standing there, that was a marketplace find, and donations for nothing from people that just love the event. And rainy, snow, minus 14-degree weather, it doesn't matter, the volunteers are always there for all 4 hours of every night for the 3 weeks the event runs. Move 103.5, soccer shots, local church youth was helping us with our candy canes, new logos, new decorations, and donated decorations from community members. We even had a marriage proposal under the Christmas light archway there. We have seniors buses come through regularly, several of them every year. The dragon display was the best one, but it befell Mother Nature, unfortunately, last year. We're not quite sure what that looks like this year because we weren't there to see that. So you can see how sad that was. Vandalism's another one. Lights left on several days after the closure. It's a cost that wasn't necessary. Sarah's tree is a young girl that raised a bunch of money in her school for donating when we had a huge theft and more volunteers. Langley Elks, embracing the elements again. Volunteers come out in costume. We have a big staff pizza party every year from Christmas in Williams Park for all this, the work that they did. Senior shuttle buses again. Staff out setting the zones for the setup, which was really important to us. And 2020, the best and the worst of that year, boy, that was something else, especially with the cars that wanted to go through because we were the only game in town for like 3 weekends. We had to really reduce the amount of time we held the event. Fancy entry now, chandelier up the top there, that's like 12 feet tall. Drive-through only. These are all things that have come about in the last year or two because of COVID mostly. And we need the support of staff. We need what we've had in the past 5 years at the very least, and we thank you for your support, and we believe that you always have a choice when it comes to things like this, especially such huge community support, so we ask you to choose kindness. And I've provided you with a document with a bunch of points on it, and if I have anybody that has any questions.
Yeah, 22 points, and this is quite helpful. I very much appreciate that. Councillor Richter, go ahead.
Yeah, you mentioned when you first opened up that you had responded to an ad in 2011. Was it a township ad that you responded to?
Yes, it was.
It was.
Was Township of Langley ad in the newspaper asking for volunteers for this particular event.
Okay.
So I had just moved here. I love Christmas. It just fit my wheelhouse really well, so I was really happy to do that.
So in the time that you've been with them, which is well over a decade now, have you ever been told it wasn't a township
Never.
event?
Never.
Never, right?
No, this was the first year I'd heard that it was a non-kind of supported, whatever event, because it's been a community event for 32 years now, so it's kind of a surprise this year for the very first time I hear, oh, well, it's not a township event. And Councillor Ferguson was on the committee or on the council that voted this event in 1991, so he's probably got a pretty good memory of that time frame.
Of that
But the event's changed a lot since then, so.
Yeah. Were you aware of any discussions prior to the letter that you got? Because I know you got
I
a
was
letter.
not aware of any discussions about not supporting us this year.
Yeah.
However, since then, I've become aware of several discussions that have been going on behind the scenes about what's on the agenda tonight, which is a new event. And I've heard that even as early as July, there were people contacted to come in and be part of this new event. So I was a bit surprised about that we didn't get a notice until September 11th, long after there'd obviously been in the works some kind of event going forward. And we don't have a problem with that. We love Christmas, so we'll have all the Christmas events that you want to have, and we'll help with that, right? I actually said to one of the individuals that contacted me that I'd be more than happy to work with them, and we hand out things as the cars drive through our event, supporting different things in the community, so we'd be happy to hand out something from them to go down and see them or wherever they are. So it's not unusual at all for us to do things like that.
And are you a registered society?
Yes, we are.
You are. And how long have you been a registered
Well,
society?
we've moved back and forth through society. When I came on in 2011, we weren't. It was run completely by staff, and even donations at that time were collected by staff for like 20 plus years. So I'm presuming that those donations went back into the event. I don't know for sure. And then in around 2012, I think it was, 2012 or 2013, one of the members on the committee really had some really big ideas and wanted to really promote the event and get big business involved and write tax receipts and things like that. His wife is in the audience. She's been part of the event for decades, longer than me. And he unfortunately passed away from cancer in around 2013, I believe it was. And all of a sudden, everything got put onto me. So we became a society under him. He wrote all the constitution and bylaws and everything, because that was his stick. That's what he wanted to do. And I didn't. So you wanted me to be the president at that time to take on the role of trying to, do all the other organizing that this event took. I didn't want to do that part of it. It's a lot of work to ask of a volunteer group that only has an event for 3 weeks in a year. And so it was a lot of work for me. I was, in a position where working full time, I couldn't do all that. So they said that was fine, so we didn't do it. So then Township, and we used to get a grant from the Township of $2,500. Then Township in around 2018 said, oh, you have to be a society if you want to have the grant any further. So we never applied. So then in around 2020, was it? It must have been 2019 or 2020, we were asked if we would become a registered society again. So the board discussed that at the time, the society board, and said, yes, okay, we'll do that. So we went in and registered, and we're fully registered, and with the provincial government and all the things that you do under the Societies Act at this point. And so we applied for a grant in 2021 because we were a registered society now, and we were turned down.
Oh, okay.
So
Were you ever
we were
told
turned down
why?
because we were told that we get staff support. So that's basically enough. That was in 2021. So we said, well, that's reasonable, right? We got the staff support setting up and taking down. So we didn't apply again. So we didn't apply in 2022, and we haven't applied this year, which I think the deadline is somewhere in March, because we agree. We think the staff support's great. So our donations have gone up in the past couple of years, so we're good with that. We're not going to take $2,500 away from somebody else.
What about, you mentioned donations.
Yep.
What do you use the donations for? I assume that you collect them and account for, you probably
Yes,
have
I'll
financial
account for.
records.
Well, I'll give you an example. I have last year's financial statement here, and our last year's financial statement was at $31,366 that we had, and we spent $24,051 on things in the park, whether that's new decorations, replacement decorations, vandals, whatever. So that left us for last year with a contingency of only $4,800 in our so-called last year fund. So we spend it all. And we have vandals, we have replacements. We've now gone from, we had so much trouble over the years with the regular retail lights that you get in the stores, that we went to commercial lighting. Very expensive, of course. So we've been replacing it gradually over the last couple of years. And so that's what we're using our money for a lot these days, because they don't shut down when it gets wet. Like happens so many times with, if you buy your house lights and that, and you get a wet day, if you haven't properly taped everything up really well, bang, off go the lights. Just nothing you can do about it. So yeah, we have some money to spend this year, but we're kind of in a little bit of a dilemma here. We collect throughout the year goods. We scour Marketplace all year long for decorations, things like that, so that we can get them at a better price. And so we haven't gone and done a big, huge, we spent 20 of that thousand was just lights alone last year. So we've got a lot more lights we need to replace yet. And so we're happy to do that, but we just got to know where we're at this point.
And what about, did you ever pay the township any monies for
Every year.
every year?
Every year. I wrote a check, or me and Vern, I think, wrote a check, is it last year, I think, or the year before, for over $10,000.
Really?
Yeah, and another one for another amount, because the staff would go out and buy goods all the time. We had this arrangement, okay, we'll go out, we know we need 50 strings of lights or something to do this tree, so we'll buy it and we'll send you the bill. So they sent us the bill, but we never got the receipts. So, I mean, we rely on that the townships, up front with whatever it is they say that we pay. So we've paid over the years. We pay for all the materials, even right down to the black electrical tape, right?
Okay.
Which, I'm fine with again, because that's putting on the event. It's all going into the event, right?
Now, I just had one more question here, and this was around, you waited 5 or 6 weeks to respond to the letter, and you didn't follow process. Do you have any comments on that?
As you know, Kim, because I've known you a long time too, I'm a former mayor. I, if anybody, understand process, and I did follow process, much more than what I heard some of the process that was suggested should be. When you get a letter from somebody, and I try to work with staff because I believe council's role is policy development and staff's role is admin, and I'm sure Mark would agree with me on that. Staff runs the township, and Township Council provides the strategy and the legislation to do that. So I had a member of staff send me that letter on September the 11th. I immediately contacted that member of staff, and I set up a coffee with that member of staff, and we talked about it. I was trying to find out, it was such a shock to me, I didn't know what was going on, and so my board wanted me to meet with this person, because remember, I'm not doing these all just, this is Barb Sharp heading out there with, whatever. This is the board that's doing this. This is a registered society saying this is what our direction is, this is what we want to happen. So after that meeting, I was told that the CAO had basically given the direction for that. So I was in contact back and forth with the CAO about that. I think CAO, right? Some are different terminologies. And so I haven't got all the questions back from him yet, but that was in still September. And I met with the person for coffee on the 22nd of September. That's the earliest we could get together. And then I called an emergency board meeting, and we met on the 28th of September. The society met, and the society asked me to file a delegation request to council, which I did on the 29th of September. So far we're only 2 weeks, right? And a lot of background work going on. So when I filed the delegation, the earliest council meeting was tonight. So this business of me being delaying 5 to 6 weeks is just not accurate at all. It's misinformation.
Okay. So just to reiterate, you've never been told by the township ever that this was not a township event?
No, never. Never.
Well, I would like to thank you very much for the joy and happiness my kids have had at Williams Park.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
we've been finding a lot of that out on
Yeah.
Facebook, because I posted that this could be in jeopardy this year, because we have no idea how this park is set up and taken down now. We have no idea. There's no plan, we haven't got any of the layouts, any of that stuff, so we've got an awful lot of people that tell us that they've been doing this for decades, since their kids were small and they're teenagers now and things like that, so.
So the staff, how long have the staff run the actual, put up and set down?
Well, they have always helped with set up and takedown. I mean, you would have staff leading volunteers at one point, and then it was staff's decision to take over set up and take down about 5 years ago entirely. So the volunteer component of the society and group then became the 21 nights of, in the minus 14-degree weather or in rainy weather, doing the donations, greeting the public, making sure people aren't parking when they're supposed to park, all that kind of stuff, dealing with all the event stuff. So that's kind of where I answered any complaints from any neighbors. We sent out a letter ahead of time to the whole neighborhood, hand delivered to everybody, with my personal phone number on it to contact me if there's issues. I've had a couple of times from operations manager, please contact this person, they had an issue, and I did. So there's not these reams of people that have complained about the park, just a handful.
Handful. And did the staff ever tell you why they had to take over setting up and tearing down? Were you ever told, or were you
They
just-
said it was hard to get volunteers,
Oh, okay.
which it is. I don't think you'll find a society or any kind of volunteer group anywhere, anytime, that doesn't have a huge issue getting volunteers. So we're no different. So that's why they said it was easier for them to just do that. So we said, okay, then we'll do all the other. We'll raise the money, get all the goods, all that kind of stuff. So that's what we've been doing.
So how big is your volunteer base right now?
It varies. It really depends on the year, you know, like, you know, we had COVID, so we had to really be careful about who we brought out. It had to be families only, that kind of thing. And the last couple of years, we've been a drive-through, so we've posted on Facebook. We've done every conceivable thing. So we've had some volunteers come out, but it's not as much as we would like.
And you had, what was it, I think I heard 25,000
Yep.
visitors last year?
Last year was 25,000 people
And
in
is
various forms of cars.
Yeah.
Shuttle buses, limousines, horses, kids sitting out the top of the roof in the car, waving at Santa, you know. The parents love it. I mean, if you read the comments on Facebook, you'll, like one mother even said, it was so great I could bring my boys last year in their pajamas with the hot chocolate because one of them had a cold. So they still got to have Christmas magic because they could drive through the park, which is really important to people. And you'll see some comments I've made about that. It's really important to have more than one kind of event. And we're more than happy to help support another event. There was one year where I met with the CAO at his request, pre-COVID, just 2019 I think it was, and with Trinity Western University. And we discussed having some kind of shuttle between Trinity Western. They wanted to put on some Christmas thing, maybe Fort Langley and us. Oh, I'm all over that, right? That's great if we can do that. No need to cancel one at the expense of another.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Councillor Martins?
Thank you, and I want to say thank you, Barb. I appreciate your name. There's not a lot of us left around, so it's nice to encounter another Barb. And I would like to also express my gratitude to the society, to the organizers over the years. I have personally attended with my family years ago, pre-COVID, when my kids were much younger. We have very fond memories of that event. We also really appreciated it during COVID, in a year when we were not able to meet and have dinner with extended family, and it's just me and my two kids. And
Right.
so it's things like that that really make a difference. So I feel like there's a lot flying around right now, and I just felt it was really important for you and the volunteers to hear my gratitude.
Thank you.
Yeah. Just a couple questions, if you don't mind. What are the dates that the event will be happening?
This year, we've posted for December the 1st to December the 20th. We're one day shy of 3 weeks because as we get close to Christmas, we are totally 100% volunteer.
Yeah,
It gets really hard to get our volunteers out there
for sure.
because they want their own Christmas. They've got last minute shopping or whatever to do. It's hard enough getting them in December, let alone, a few days before Christmas, so.
And then it doesn't magically all come together on the last day of November. So how many, when does this setup begin?
Well, last year, I can go by last year, I had an email from staff. I work quite closely with one of the, lead hands on at the park to start setting up on the 7th of November last year, which is why this is
Okay.
really a crisis mode at this point.
Okay, thank you. And I apologize, I appreciate you providing this document. I'm not.
I know you haven't had time to read it, that's okay.
I tend to be a details girl, so it takes me long to get through things. So I apologize if the information's already in here. Can you give us an idea, when staff get involved, how many approximately are we talking, or maybe how many staff hours? Like what is that physical commitment look like?
Well, we're not at the park every day when staff is setting up. I go occasionally, sometimes I go, if I get up as early as those guys do, and take them some, container of coffee or something, or donuts and muffins. So I know they're there. I don't know. I don't know the exact time they get there. Maybe the CEO knows that. And I'm told a piece of information that I saw said that work 163 hours
Okay.
total, set up and take down.
Thank you.
I don't know like what that means in numbers, if you start taking the hourly rates and things like that, and who's doing it. Is it the lesser hourly rate of the labor or the higher hourly rate of the electrician? I'm not really sure. So I guess if in the big mix, it's 163 hours of everything.
Oh, okay, that's good information. And just reinforcing a comment you already made, I agree. Multiple events are great. I think maybe it's our family thing. It's something we love doing is attending all of these lights events. And there's various ones out there, from Van Dusen Gardens to the Bright Nights of Stanley Park to
Right.
the Capilano Canyon Lights to the Lafarge. We've been to them all, often all in the same
Same.
season.
Yeah.
And I do believe there's room for more, and especially as the population of the township grows, there needs to be more opportunities that all look different, that speak to different target audiences, if you will.
Absolutely.
So,
We couldn't agree more with you.
Yeah, so thank you for coming today and delegating. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Councillor Van Popta?
Yeah, thanks for being here, and thanks for your years of service to the community in this capacity. Just had a couple questions. I noticed on your change.org, I think it was a change.org petition,
Yep.
it says, quote unquote, Mayor and Council have withdrawn all support for the Christmas in Williams Park event. I just wanted to find out, had you confirmed, after September 11th, had you confirmed or inquired with anybody on council to confirm that we were aware of the change and to ask for help?
Well, mayor and council were copied on that letter. So my process that I always followed as mayor was to follow through who was contacting me. That's the proper process. It wouldn't be proper for me to call you up and say, oh, your staff has just done this. I try to work with the staff first, and then I work with my society board and say, what do you want me to do? They say, come as a delegation, so here I am. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, because it's always good, because of course, all of us were caught off guard because we didn't receive those letters, so it's always,
Oh,
No.
says you did.
Between the time that you received the letter and the time you posted on Facebook, which volunteer organizations did you, have you solicited help for volunteers? Have you tried the Firefighters Union or Wagner Hills Farm? Have you inquired into any other organizations to help with setting up the
This
event?
year?
Yeah.
I got the letter on September the 11th, and I checked to find out what was happening with the township staffing, and then I'm here as a delegation to keep the event intact the way it was, because part of the issue here is with staff setting up and taking down, it's staff that knows how the park's been set up. Another volunteer organization is going to have a more difficult time trying to do that.
So again, going to your Facebook, because you don't have a website, so I was just looking at a lot of your information on Facebook. I noticed on October 1st that you updated your Facebook profile using the Township Shield and advertising new dates. So if we had already said on September 11th that we were not going ahead, why would you update with new dates using the Township Shield?
Well, we just go ahead because we have to plan. So we can't just all of a sudden stop moving because we've got this letter. I don't know what the outcome's going to be from this discussion either, right? So we have to let people know in enough time.
Okay. On a different vein, so in the past 14 years, the population of the township has increased roughly by a third. So I think that's roughly 50,000 people over the last, I'm born and raised here. I've seen the community grow, enjoyed the event as a youngster myself, taken my own children to the event. They're adults now, and sadly I have to go by myself. But I was looking at some of the pictures, and I noticed, well, not only did I notice, but I've experienced that cars are extended for a very, very long time throughout that dead-end community out there. Do you know how many cars are in the lineup at any one time?
Not every night we don't, but we monitor it regularly throughout the night. I'm at the event mostly almost every night for the 3 weeks. And I literally take my car out and run down to see where we're at, or I run down to the front of the gate to see where we're at. And we rarely have backup of cars like that, because the cars come in and run through. The one year we had a lot of car issues was COVID.
What's your daily car count roughly?
I don't have those with me, but we do have those. So
Like
I think-
hundreds or
It
dozens?
could be, let me see, it varies a lot. So we've had a few hundred through in a night, but it's over a 4-hour period, right?
Yeah. So I think I calculated 84 hours if we were doing an average of 21 days, 4 hours a day. So, because I know people who live in that dead end subdivision, and if they're caught at the end of the line, you know, you tell people not to block their driveway, but if they're actually in the line trying to get to their house, like they can't drive in the oncoming lane to get home. So there have been incidences in the past where people have not been able to have company over and things like that. And so the thing that I'm kind of aware of at this point is that as Langley grows, like we're not the same community we were 30 years ago when we started this event. And although I love this event, you know, as a member of Metro's Climate Action Committee, I have to be a little bit extra, you know, are we to the point now where we're, you know, in the current climate crisis with global warming, you know, what, I have to look at it from a slightly different lens. Not that I want to poo-poo Christmas, because nobody loves Christmas more than I do. But one of the questions that I had for you is, well, as a society, have you had any discussions regarding mitigating car idling and things like that? 'Cause
We do that, absolutely. We have had movement through the use of traffic control on nights that is expected to be busy. During COVID, for example, we implemented a ticketing system for people. And it's pretty rare, and we have now the orange safety pylons across everybody's driveway so that it's not blocked. And we have, we keep the cars moving throughout. The idling issue is not that big of a deal. We were asked by the township several years ago to downplay the event from what it was, which was, oh my goodness, the horse and carriage, the entertainment, the township stage, the free food, the Santa and Mrs. Claus, the pictures. We had shuttle bus, literally, big bus, up and down the street, you know, regularly taking people from the huge parking lot up at the top of the hill that belongs to the Ministry of Highways. So all of that, we've said, can you please change this event up and try to, we'll still work along with you to do that, but can you come up with some ideas? Because we think that is not going to work very well. So everybody seemed really happy with the drive-through. The alternative to that is parking.
Yeah, which I've also done in the past, you know, when it was a walking event.
Yeah,
and
a couple of
it's
years,
too dark.
only a couple of years. so,
Yeah, and it was pretty dangerous at that time.
Yeah.
So I did some brief calculations just based on the average car taking a half an hour by the time it queues, going through the park, leaving the park. It's about 30 minutes in my experience of doing the event, you know, at a minimum, that we're generating over probably about 4.5 tons of CO2 in a drive-through event. And I'm thinking at this point that we're, you know, since the package has been out and we've had, and it's public that, you know, staff is proposing, you know, the Derrick Doubleday Arboretum walking event, that we've actually had a very large number of emails in support of moving past that. And it's not to say that we're not enjoying the Williams Park, but we have to start looking through things through climate change and through our impact to the environment. So just wanted to highlight those items.
Well, of course, you will also be aware that we have made a complete changeover from the old Christmas lights to LED, so we're very energy efficient. And we just move people through quickly. There's, like I say, there's no parking. In the proposed event, for example, there's going to be people still driving to the event, still parking, still idling, waiting to get in. So I don't know what that's going to look like. So I think people need alternatives. I totally agree with that. I have no trouble with putting up some lights in another area and allowing people to walk around. Shouldn't be the exclusive, you know, exception of our event. And we've been told that by a lot of people. We want the drive-through event. As I said, you know, people have options. There's people that can't walk. We have people in the community that are disabled. It's not going to be a very nice walk for them from one of the parking lots to the walk-around event. And so I'm just thinking both events. I'm happy to help looking at both of those. Maybe we could provide a shuttle between our event and that event. Get people out of the cars that way.
Councillor Ferguson?
Thank you. In the words of Bob Cratchit, it's only once a year, sir. Barb, I can't, I'm not sure whether you call it Mayor Sharp or Councillor Sharp, the years go by. I don't know how long, I've known you. It's
Long
been
time.
a few years. And I'm not sure if you were on council in 91 in North Vancouver or not.
Oh, yes, I was.
So you and I are dating ourselves, but all I
Yes,
can
we
say,
are.
I thank you, Barb, for all the work you've done. I always run into you looking for gems. Are you a Halloween person too?
Oh, yes.
I knew that. Anyway, I know
Just
you're
come by
very,
my house, Halloween and Christmas.
okay.
We'll scare you or your kids if you come by Halloween.
Okay,
Guaranteed.
So, your house, you better not give your address out.
Oh, I
There'll be
don't care.
conflict of interest here.
No. There's no charge.
So
It's free
anyway,
like Christmas in Williams Park.
I'll go right to, you've been involved with legislation before. I mean, on R4 on the agenda tonight, I've got a
Yep.
notice of motion as others
Yes.
as well. So I haven't forgotten about you in my travels or that 1991, though I don't remember the motion. But, we in the township, we do care about Christmas. We care about events. Last Saturday, the mayor and myself and my wife were at the Hospital Society, their fundraising for the hospital. We're there helping them. My second favorite parade is the Aldergrove Christmas Parade, which is coming up. All of you are invited to. It's in the news. And it's my second because Fort Langley Parade is my favorite because they asked me to pick up garbage, so I have no choice but to go there and pick up the garbage after the parade. That's my first parade. A number of councillors are going to things called the Christmas tea for the adventures for the Christmas Bureau, where they hand out hampers to families in need, and the list goes on. So service clubs are involved, Langley seniors are involved. So we as a council, we support Christmas. And as I say, in my motion today, I thought long and hard about all the emails coming in, because quite frankly, we didn't know about all the number of things. All we know is that we were getting emails and other things indicating there was a problem this year with.
Could have called me, Steve.
Well, no, but you know about legislation and policy too, so that's, you and I are on the same page there. So I did the best thing and talked to my staff,
Right,
okay?
exactly.
You know how it works.
That's right.
So basically, that's it. Again, I want to thank you and your team for doing all the work all these years, so we'll see what happens in the motion later on. Thank you again.
Councillor Bailey?
Thanks for coming, and especially thanks for this sheet, because it answered a bunch of questions that I was going to ask. And I don't know if you remember me from the past days, but I was associated with Burn Fund for a long time, and so I can understand how much work Bright Nights is and how much time goes into putting it. And I actually am so old that, do you remember Candy Cane Lane? That was the precursor to Bright Nights. So we're going back.
Sorry,
yeah.
you might be older than me.
Yeah, check out the hair, okay?
Well, mine's colored though, so.
So I got to. If you were to get funding for this year,
Yeah.
would you be able to pull it together?
Well, I want the staff, because we really need the staff to pull it together. Because
What about if you got funding and you were able to
then we have
contract?
to get people out. It really is a good idea to have the staff because they know the ropes.
Yep.
And maybe we could work with somebody on staff to see what they do, because we don't know what they do.
Do you think you could, if you got the money, you could contract? There are all kinds of companies now that contract out. I'm looking at making sure this goes ahead.
Well, I
Different ways.
suppose anything's possible. I never say never.
Okay, and say we go into next year, okay,
Yep.
and you've got a year to plan. We get through this, we have it this year. Next year, would you be able to organize this thing in a different fashion, given a year's lead?
I'm not sure what you mean by a different fashion.
If you were no longer had staff involvement, would you be able, and maybe some funding, I'm just ballparking right now, would you be able to get a volunteer base? As you know, Bright Nights is run entirely on volunteer base. We've got we kind of cheat. We use our members. Okay.
I was
and
going to say, are you offering your firefighters to me?
well, you know what? There's some sitting right up there. I would go and talk to those guys up there right now.
Well,
but-
if that's a possibility, I mean, you never know.
I would strongly advise that because they've got a good experience. But just some. The first notification I got of this was I was away for most of September. Was my my daughter-in-law and my 5-year-old granddaughter asked me if I was going to kill Christmas. And it was a rather difficult discussion
I bet it
because
was.
I didn't know anything about it. So, yeah, I'm looking at different ways to make sure this goes ahead. So thank you.
Well, you were out last year by mistake.
In
I
the
know.
pouring rain, yes.
Well, you saw us there, and I know you were looking for the LEPS event. That didn't happen last year for some reason. It's always in the shed out there during our event. So, you know, I encourage you to stay or come out, any one of you, one
I'll
of
be
those
there.
nights. Freeze along with us. It's great.
Okay, thanks.
Okay,
Great. Seeing no other speakers, appreciate your delegation.
thank you.
Next delegation, item E1, Langley Community Service Society.
Thanks.
I don't think in the last 5 minutes my leg fell asleep. I've been sitting for so long. All right, so
If you need a few more minutes than 5, it won't be a problem.
all right. All right, so my name's Sanjeev Nand. I'm the executive director here with Langley Community Service Society. And I'm going to tell you, like, our agency loves Christmas, right? And so we celebrate Diwali, Vaisakhi, Chinese New Year, Christmas. Everything has a place in our community. And so most definitely every year, our agency is part of this community event. So I'll just start off here. Basically, I'm here to just to give you an update on our agency, what we do, and maybe some future vision in terms of the township and the city of Langley. Obviously, are growing as communities, right? We're about 200,000 in terms of population. But this agency started in 1971. I need to first say that we have to honor and acknowledge that our work takes place on the indigenous lands of the Kwantlen-Katsi, Matsqui, and Semiahmoo First Nations. But our agency started in 1971 by a pastor and 20 volunteers. There was some seed money given by the township and the city. So 50 plus years later, our agency is now 70 staff or more, about $8 million in revenue, and we have, I don't know, about 40, 50 different programs. Clicks. Okay, so this is pretty much our governance structure, our values, and our mission. And this PowerPoint is actually around 20 minutes long. I've got about 5 minutes, so I'll summarize it. I usually have a team up here who speaks to each of the programs as they're the expertise, but I'll do my best. I did bring 2 of my directors here who can fill in some questions if they get really complicated from you guys. So here's our organizational chart. There's some names up there that you're probably familiar with. So we have the Family Connections, Parent Outreach, we have Supported Visitation, we have Federal Programming, which is Settlement, Immigration, we have Provincial Federal Programming, which is Employment Services, Substance Use is Fraser Health, Intensive Case Management, located at Creekstone here, Fraser Health, and then of course our admin team. So we serve around about 9,000 individuals, unique individuals. This agency has been around for so long that we're actually serving like generations. So the kids that used to come when they were young, married now, have families, and they bring their kids to the same program. So it's quite amazing in terms of the social impact this organization has had. Out of the number of individuals, it's fair to say at least 60% of them come from the township who access our services. And so we're trying to be more intentional in terms of trying to find out which communities that they come from. So at least 60% of our usage is from the township residents. So we are accredited, so it's pretty much like an ISO 9000 for social service organizations. We just went through a reaccreditation, so pretty much it is about 4,000 different standards that we have to meet. It's a 360 in terms of standards, and it's quite heavy in terms of the complexity that we meet, but it ensures that we have some sort of standard as an organization that we deliver our services and that we govern through. So here's some programs. There's several different programs there, but during COVID, the Child Care Resource Referral Program stayed open, and that's because of our first responders who had to go to work and had to find childcare. So that program there continued to operate to ensure that people that had to work during the highest levels of our pandemic were supported for their families. But otherwise, this is a department that's existed for at least 10, 15 years, and it's funded by the provincial government. This community counseling, so for anyone accessing counseling, you're looking at fees between $140 to $200 plus an hour. This program is free. It's funded by the provincial government. We take interns and we provide them clinical supervision. And this program has been around 20 years or so. And so far, our agency has trained well over 700 new clinicians. We have a waiting list right now, actually. This is a heavily in-demand program. But I think the last time we took a count, we have well over 100 people on the waiting list here. So Family Success Program. This is for high-risk youth, MCFD, direct referrals, I guess, or services. So these are children in high-risk situations, probably at home, that need some support. There's also the supported visitation that we've just started, which is quite popular with parents going through divorce or need parental supervision. Family Connections Program, this has been around well over 25 years. This team also deals with high-risk youth, and they serve 0 to 14 there. Yeah, so I mean, this program is very tough. I think it takes a special person to be working with this client group when you're working with young children. And then parent outreach education, very popular. Oops, too fast. Go back. Anyways, parent outreach supervision, very popular. It provides workshops like Taming the Worried Dragons. So parental support in terms of parenting skills, life skills, all those things. And there are substance use services funded by the Fraser Health Authority. As you know, the opiate crisis, the fentanyl crisis, the Langleys, proportionately, we were having a lot of overdoses. So this team is well used, and what we found is that about 60% of the people who are accessing services are females. And so it's not just the individual who's affected by substance use, but it could be someone affected through a relationship. So about 50% plus are females utilizing this. And in terms of the youngest that we've served, I think it's like a 6-year-old, 8-year-old who are affected by someone using some sort of substance use. But we have to also remember that seniors also have prescription drugs in which they can misuse. And then that's the ICMT team, which I think pretty much a lot of people know. but they serve the most vulnerable, street entrenched homeless individuals. This is our employment department that we've started to increase, funded by the federal government and the provincial government, very popular. One of the programs that we do have is the Educational Assistant Program. As we know, there's a lot of shortage in terms of ECEs in daycares or in our school system. This program has been running for a couple of years. We've put in funding to get another 2 years, but we've trained, gosh, at least 30 to 50 new ECEs through this program. Extremely popular, and it's a very high employment rate because of the shortage of ECE workers in our community. And then we have the settlement program, federally funded, extremely popular, especially with the number of immigrants that's coming or moving to Canada, and then a number of immigrants moving to BC, and then a significant amount of immigrants now moving to the township. And then so these are more programs that we have. We have the poverty law program, which is, I think I'm so proud of our advocacy worker. I think she's one of the best in the province. And so she helps anyone who's got issues with divorce, CPP, not getting social income assistance, or having an issue with their landlord. She'll go to arbitration and she'll advocate for these individuals. And then Resilience BC, and then Langley Local Immigration Partnership Program. So as with any bedroom community where there's a change, especially with inclusion and diversity, some people have a difficult time accepting change. So our program or our agency is quite strong in advocating in dealing with racism and anti-racism. We also have formed and have a federally funded program called the Local Immigration Partnership, in which we brought together organizations across the community to sit down and kind of look at what's going on in our community and putting in new services. I think some of you might be a part of it or not. And then some of our partners that has been supporting us as an agency throughout the years, and just some of the things that we participate on as a community agency. And then that's pretty much it. If you have any questions or anything, I'd be happy to answer.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. And I was at the AGM here earlier this year. I'm always marveling at the work you're doing, and just getting those updates at the AGM are always quite helpful. So I suggest any member of council attend that, because you always learn a lot, and you have a solid board of directors as well.
Yeah, it's a hidden gem. Like, not a lot of people know about this agency, unfortunately, even though it's been around for 50 plus years. It's just the complexity of the agency, but the word community, I think, is a good descriptor of what the agency, and that is a broad range of services for the community, right? So, but I do encourage everyone to attend AGM.
Councilor Pratt, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and I can attest to when we last spoke, just getting the depth and breadth of what the society does kind of shocked me. I didn't realize everything you do, so thank you for that. And to that point, with the 60% or approximately 60% of the usage that you see coming from the township, can you speak at all to any of the trends you're seeing in township residents accessing services? Is something growing? Is something shrinking? Are people using more of one service or the other that we should be aware of?
Yeah, I think in general, all of us, in fact, all of our services are seeing significant increases, right, in the utilization. But a large majority of people who are moving to the township are, I would have to say, immigrants, right? And they could be business immigrants or refugees and newcomers. And so if you look at the Willoughby area, there's a significant amount. And what we're finding as an organization, because we're on the ground, we're looking at the specific language groups that our agency is having to start to now serve, right? So Cantonese, Mandarin seems to be, Korean seems to be increasing, Arabic seems to be increasing. So that's kind of like our go to is like we're seeing a need of specialized services, but definitely Mary, she's in charge of the federal programming and immigrant services. I don't know if Mary, you want to add it to anything, or am I good?
Hi, good afternoon. Well, with the increases, what comes with it is the aftermath of that is the services that now need to happen. So they come in, they need housing, they need doctors and all of that, but then they get into problems at school. Then they get into, they're going to need counseling. Then they're going to need, so more of everything. So I kind of the first kind of respond to the different agencies to say, hey, this is coming. Watch out, you know. There's always a need for housing for everywhere, across Canada, across the world. But yeah, no, we find that Willoughby, Wilmot Grove is really the highest number of expansions of people coming into that area that are needing services, because these seem to be the services really focused more towards the city area. And so what we're finding even with our funders is that we're asking for more space up there, but they're not willing to pay the rent. And the rent is really expensive up there. So my ask is always, if you have space, especially in your new community center, I would love to have space to run programs there and even daycare or storage.
What kind of space? What size? Like, what are the kind of parameters you'd be looking for?
Parameters would be really to run groups, I would say, but also they're large groups. So a lot of the conversation classes, the women's programs, senior programs, ELP is always attached with kind of like a daycare space. It's more where children they can have, because then the parents or the grandparents can actually take the courses, but we have to have somebody watch the children because otherwise they won't come. If the grandparents have to watch grandchildren, they say, I'm sorry, I can't. So having those daycare people that, or even people that we have a lot of volunteers that are willing to do that, but we just don't have the space anymore. And to rent, our funders, they pay $8 to $16 a square foot. And even here at our Langley Welcome Center, just across the street from you guys, we're up to about 32 to 35 a square foot. So any kind of support in terms of space would be greatly needed. What we're also noticing is the need for more counseling space as well.
Awesome. Thank you.
Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, since I started doing this stuff, I have to say your staff have been a primary resource. You know, Fraser and Anna Marie and all them have been great at bringing me up to speed on not only what you guys do, but what everyone else is doing in the area, especially around homelessness and that. I just want to say thanks. You guys, your staff are an incredible resource.
Thank you. I'm very lucky to be working with them. Yeah.
Councillor Martins, go ahead.
Thank you, and I just want to echo what Councillor Bailey said. I know our paths have crossed in different committee meetings. We see our faces, and I appreciate you extending your ask. It's important that we know what it is you need. You know, and I just want to give kudos to your organization, the fact that you have been around 50 years, the longevity and the history that demonstrates the value that you bring to community. You know, I'm very committed to what we can do to continue to support you so you can move forward in our community. So thank you
Great,
for coming
thank you.
today.
Yeah, so not seeing any other speakers. I'd like you to see if you can get that PDF over to Ms. Bauer. Ms. Bauer, you can get that PDF presentation distributed to all members of council. And please make sure we're aware of upcoming events or gatherings of any kind.
Thank you.
Great.
Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move to reports to council. Item F1, Agricultural Land Commission application number 100394. Does someone wish to move the recommendation or an altered version? Move the recommendation. Is there a seconder to the recommendation to not refer? Seconded by Councillor Rent. Any discussion? F1 this is to not refer. So if you do not want it going to the ALC, you vote in the affirmative. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I'm just wondering what the difference is between this one and the one that came across to council not that long ago concerning a drilling company on 72nd Avenue.
Mr. Backen?
Through to your worship, they're both non-farm uses proposing industrial type uses, which facilitates the application here to council and council's discretion either advancing or not advancing the proposed non-farm use, with the staff recommendation to not refer, given its inconsistency with our policy documents.
Okay, but I guess what the question I might be asking is that what is the difference? Like we seem to be handling this one differently than we handled the other one. and is that liable to have a legal backlash on us?
I'm going by my memory, which is sometimes faulty, but I think they were the same and both had the same recommendation. I think the results, though, after some presence of a delegation or some communications, was to allow the previous, and this one is being handled consistently, I think.
Yeah, no, the first time the Henry's drilling came through, we treated it like this, not refer because it does not comply. And then it came back for reconsideration and it was referred. So has a precedent been set there where
No,
we've kind of made a not referral a referral? Is
No,
there an obligation for us to do that on this one?
not as long as council had policy reasons, valid policy reasons for the change, and I think there was some discussion of the history and the background that led council to believe for policy reasons it was appropriate then to refer it to the Land Commission for further review.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other speakers, I'll call the question on F1 to not refer. Not refer. That carries unanimously. Item F2, Agricultural Land Commission application number 100415 for Campbell Valley Regional Park. Moved by Councillor Ferguson. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Martins. This is to refer a non-farm use application by Metro Vancouver for park improvements to the Campbell Valley Regional Park. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I think we need to amend this motion because it clearly states on page 1, a resolution of council is required endorsing the proposed non-farm use and referring. So I would like to amend it to read that council endorse and refer.
Mr. Bracken, do you want to weigh in on why that wasn't the staff recommendation?
Through your worship, in effect, the referral has the same force and effect. The determination is either refer or not refer. The staff recommendation is to refer. That essentially advances the application in a positive manner to the ALC for their consideration.
Well, I think endorse really indicates that it's a positive. I mean, we refer other things and we don't necessarily endorse them. So I think because this is a Metro Parks issue, it should be endorse and refer.
Is there a seconder to that? Just dispose of this. Seconded by Councillor Pratt. Do you want to speak to it further, Councillor Richter?
No, I just think I would hate to see any improvements to this park held up because we didn't follow the correct process as outlined on page 1.
Okay, I think the correct processes are followed as identified by staff, but there's certainly no harm. So anybody else wish to speak to this? No, call the question on the amendment to add endorse. Carries unanimously. So back to the main motion as amended. Anything further, Councillor Richter?
No, thank you.
Councillor Van Popta, go ahead.
Yeah, somebody who grew up in South Langley, I had no idea that this was actually part of Campbell Valley. And I used to ride my horse through that pond there. So I was really excited this weekend when I read this report, and to have more park space within Langley, especially in this area, is really beneficial. So really happy to see this go through.
Yeah, great. Call the question on F2 as amended. That carries unanimously. Item F3, Agriculture Advisory Committee Report 23-217. Does anyone wish to move the recommendation? Moved by Councillor Rint. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Martins. Councillor Richter.
Okay, a couple of questions here. What happens to the economic advisory part now?
Mr. Bracken.
At this point, it would remain dormant. The recommendation on the resolution of council was to set up the AAC, which is now in place, separating the AEC, or the Economic Development, or EDC portion. So that remains effectively dormant until there's further direction.
Okay, so it's just going to stay dormant until we get economic development issues come up?
Until we have further direction or...
Further direction, okay. The other thing is on page 4, the actual mandate. I'm wondering, we seem to be having an awful lot of issues with non-farm use of ALR properties. And, I mean, I just drove by one today at the corner of 216th Street and 56th Avenue where there's garbage trucks, Maple Leaf Disposal garbage trucks parked there. And that's 5 acres of ALR as far as I'm aware. Is there a role that this committee could play in investigating and recommending to council on non-farm use matters?
Mr. Bracken, you'd probably see that as a bylaw enforcement issue.
That's correct, Your Worship. The one that's referenced is a bylaw enforcement matter. Down the road, it might be possible to entertain the committee's opinion on matters, but that would be something probably better referred by council to the committee on a case-by-case basis.
It'd be potentially related to policy recommendations or thoughts from the committee as opposed to weighing in on individual bylaw enforcement issues. Yep. Seeing no other speakers, I'll call a question on F3. That carries unanimously. Item F4, liquor license endorsement amendment application number. Yes, that's correct. So Councillor Rent, go ahead.
Non-pecuniary ethical conflict.
That's great. Thank you. Okay, so with that item, liquor license amendment application number 000066, Brookswood Brewing Company in Brookswood. Someone just to move the, so right now it says consider. So Mr. Bracken, can we move that amended to endorse? Does anybody wish to move that amended to endorse? Moved by Councillor Pratt. Is there a second? Or seconded by Councillor Bailey. So that would be to endorse. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, is there going to be some public input on this? Maybe the Merchants Association down there might want to have a say. I'm just concerned that they're putting this, I guess it's a new patio area where parking currently is. Like, is that going to negatively impact? I know we talked about parking about this particular application when it first came forward. I'm just wondering if there's been any changes in that.
Your Worship, there was a mail out done, and any responses would have been provided, and the distribution list.
So Councillor Richter, if you wish to refer for some additional public input, that would certainly be in order.
Yeah, I think it should have public input.
And we can come back to you. Councillor Martins, go ahead.
Thank you. Speaking to what to endorse or not to endorse, when I read this one through, I had the same concern that I have in previous with regards to the proposed hours of liquor service. I of course went down that rabbit hole and went to my best friend Google and looked at comparators and their hours. I was concerned because the comparators' advertised hours of operation were definitely shorter than on this document. But what I have to say, I appreciate that the proponent preempted my concern and my question, and we received a follow-up letter via the distribution list to Mayor and Council clarifying that the proposed hours of liquor service are not necessarily the operating hours, that the operating hours are actually more in line, proposed operating hours are more in line with competitors, and that it's only extended for the periodic special event. So that gave me comfort, and so I thank you for just reading my mind and providing that clarification. And because of that, I'm comfortable with this application.
Great. Councillor Richter, you wish to follow up on your public input?
I'd like to add, perhaps Mr. Backen can help with the wording here, add a referral for public input.
I think Mr. Bracken, if Councillor Richter looks for your help, that'd be fine, but you would probably want to specify the nature of the public input, the process to follow, because there's multiple versions, obviously.
That's correct, Your Worship. I think you're on the same wavelength, where the matter would be referred to staff to engage in further public input, either written, public hearing style, whatever it may be, some sort of form, so we can
So
actually
I think we would
process.
need you to be specific, Councillor Richter.
Okay, so, well, I think the motion would be to refer for a public hearing style input.
So it's a public hearing style or a public hearing?
Well, can it be a public
It
hearing?
could be a public input opportunity, which would not be a statutory public hearing, or it could be a public hearing.
public hearing style, your worship, this is a light liquor license, so there's no public hearing per se. It's either public input like an open house,
Yeah.
or public hearing like people come in and make.
So it'd be a public input opportunity, which is people coming to the podium, but it's not following the regulations of a public hearing.
Correct.
Or it would be a public input opportunity at an open house, similar to a public information meeting put on by the proponent. I'm just trying to get down to the specifics, Mr. Council Richter, so the staff know what you're
Well, I
requesting.
just said, have it on a, on a public hearing agenda as a public input opportunity.
Is that sufficient, Ms. Bauer? I think we're understanding it's public input opportunity. Is there a seconder to that? I'm not seeing a seconder, Councilor Richter. Councilor Bailey?
Yeah, I see this is going to increase 10 and, you know, from 50 to 60 and I don't want to hold this up. It doesn't, I'm not very far from here. I don't think it's going to make a significant difference. I'll be supporting this.
I understand. Seeing no other speakers, I'll call the question on the endorsement of F4. That carries with Councillor Van Popt opposed and Councillor Rint absent. Can we get Councillor Rint back, please? So we'll move on to item F5, Horn Pit Layout Rezoning Subdivision Application, and to endorse staff to come forward with a subdivision application. I'm going to move, Ms. Bauer, I'm going to move paragraph 1 without paragraph 2, and rather than vote anything down. So I'm going to move that. Is there a seconder to that? That's seconded by Councillor Martins. Is there any discussion on paragraph 1? Councillor Pratt, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I think from the get-go on this planning process, I've kind of expressed my reservations around encroaching too much onto the wetland on the west side of this site. And so a couple of questions that I still had outstanding through yourself to staff. With the detention pond being located where it is, obviously there will be inflow into the detention pond. When it comes to outflow, in order to regulate the levels within the detention pond, et cetera, will that water flow into the wetted area to the west, or will it flow into the Little Camber River to the east and south?
Sorry, Your Worship, I was trying to overcome technical challenges here with rotating the drawing. Could you please repeat the question?
With the detention pond, for the outflows to help regulate levels, I'm assuming those will be probably put in there. Would the outflows go into the wetted area to the west or to the Little Camber River to the south and to the east?
Thank you. Through Your Worship, the detailed design is not been completed. The detention pond discharge will end up in the Lower Camel Valley. The exact location is unknown, but it's a reflection of topography and grade, so likely be towards the south and west, but again, to be confirmed through detailed design.
And I know when we had the presentations from members of the public, there was obviously concerns about the way that the drainage would work in the area with the pond, with the amount of impermeable surface that we're putting in there. With the detention pond, is there no risk to, I would, subverting the way that the water should actually flow back into the aquifer below? Is that not a concern moving forward with this, since we're going to be putting so much impermeable surface in this area, not just on the Horn Pit site itself, but in Brookswood surrounding it? Is that not a concern?
Thank you, through Your Worship. Definitely a detailed question with respect to the technical feasibility, but inherently, detention ponds, the way that they are constructed and built, have some form of permeability back into the ground. But as council may remember, we did fill and compact the materials as we started filling, remediating the property, so it is likely not as efficient as natural state. Having said that, any stormwater management plan with respect to development proposals has to meet, basically detain for the development flows. So you detain for any additional flows that are occurred from the impermeable surfaces. So the detention pond will be sized accordingly. And of course, then you gotta take into account the release rates. Make sure you're really release too fast or too slow. So it's all an engineered system that'll be designed as part of the detailed process.
I appreciate the answers, thank you. So moving away kind of from the pond, my other main concern is more of a, I suppose you could call it an equity piece, but I've had the chance to discuss with some folks about this. It's the single-family homes as they're presented south of 27th Avenue and east of 196A Street. And so looking at this diagram here, it's kind of oriented, not the way I'm looking at it, but effectively it's the yellow, and then I'll almost call them pink lots that are currently backing onto a lane that then backs onto the wetland. And so obviously once other members of council have had their chance to discuss, I'll be looking into moving an amendment or whatever way works best to shrink the size of the lots west of 196A to make sure that we are getting as much value as we can on that side. But I'd like to see the lots south of 27th and east of 196A removed to increase the amount of potential wetted area and potential rehabilitation area within these sites. So thank you very much.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Councillor Richter.
Well, we had a presentation from some environmentalists that made it quite clear that they thought in order to continue to protect the river, we should just have forested lands and wetlands south of that new 27th Avenue. So, I mean, basically that's not going to happen with this plan. So I'm thinking we're endangering the river probably more than we have to. So I'm not going to support this, but I did want to wonder why the second paragraph is not being passed at this point in time. Why is it not included?
Mr. Bracken? Hasn't been moved by council, right?
No, that's correct, Your Worship. It wasn't moved, and always it's council's option to revisit that at a later date. We are simply trying to package them together, but as council has made the decision from a policy perspective that we want to separate it, that's fine.
Yeah, but why would
Oops, sorry.
land right now?
If you wish to move it, Councillor Richter, you certainly can.
Oh, I'm just wondering why we wouldn't want to sell the land right now. I mean, don't we need the money?
If you wish to move it, Councillor Richter, you certainly can. Councillor Ferguson?
Yes, I just following some of the debate here, if I may through the chair to staff, this is kind of like the final plan that now we're voting on today for the Horn Pit layout. There's been, if I may through the chair, there's been a number of plans, if I may, is that correct, not correct, or correct, if I may?
There's been several iterations, and as we've gone through the iterations and taken the feedback from both council and I guess some of the public input we've received, this seems to be the one that, to the extent that it is before you, seems to meet most of those concerns. I guess council can always have additional concerns, but this covers off the residential lots, the school and park site, the non-market housing, as well the potential fire hall location. So this is the latest iteration that we hope meets most of the concerns that have been raised.
So, yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we've been down this road quite a long time. Staff has put an awful lot of time, energy, and effort into it. I've walked the property, as of course all of council have as well, many times. I live very close, driven by it many times, familiar with it. And you're looking at what's going across the street, you know, in Campbell Heights. Anything we do here is minuscule. Immeasurable compared to what they've done in the Surrey side. So this is like a happy medium to, I guess, a land use issue that we've worked hard. So I don't have any problem with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Van Popta?
Yeah, just to clarify, although we, even if we endorse it now, there's still opportunity to amend it and tweak it later when it comes back as a bylaw, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I'm the first-time speakers. Mr. Bracken, I had a question about funding. So it says there, rezoning and subdivision application with funding. Can you clarify what kind of envelope you're looking for potentially? How you want to manage that? Do you want to leave that open-ended, or would you like to have an up to maximum? What would you like to do there?
It simply reflects that there's going to be some application fees, subdivision fees, consultants fees for surveying, potentially to finish off the certificate of compliance. They're going to be as they are. We don't think they're going to be that significant, so we'll treat it like a regular application and run it through unless there's some reservations.
So could we, I mean, certainly don't want to provide an envelope and give the impression that you're going to spend money just because of the envelope. So I think that we could leave it this way, and then you could keep council informed about if it's to go above 100,000 or 200,000, or you could just keep us in the loop and maybe bring it back if it starts to hit that kind of a number.
Perhaps what we'll do is just make sure that as we get to various stages, we'll simply advise council what those amounts are and the purpose. That way, there won't be a preset amount, whether it be 1, 2, or 3. We'll simply advise council as we go through.
All right, appreciate that. So I certainly support it. I support it to come forward as a bylaw. So this complies with the Fernridge neighborhood plan, if I understand it. We get that confirmed. This version is designed to not require a public hearing, given that we just completed a Fernridge planning process. Is that correct? That's correct. So it'll be anticipated to come back for first, second, and third reading. At that time, council can process it further and make additional amendments or referrals. Is that correct? So I believe that's where the layout is coming from. It's coming from the completion of the Fernridge neighborhood plan, and it's compliant with the plan. And so to me, this is perfectly reasonable to bring this forward, and we can certainly look at amendments that may trigger a public hearing, or we could do that. We could do that now. Councillor Richter, and then I'll go to Councillor Pratt.
Yeah, I had a question. Didn't council just not that long ago approve a cannabis store at the corner of 200th and 24th? And wouldn't this school and park site not be within the setback area for schools and parks from cannabis stores?
I believe, Mr. Backin, given the creek, it does not, but you could clarify.
Yep, that's my understanding. There was an approval at 200th and 24th
I
North.
believe it is just outside the distance
corner.
within that policy.
And correct, I think it's outside the distance as well, and the creek actually creates a separation.
Yep.
Good, thank you.
Councillor Pratt, you wish to follow up?
Yeah, I suppose before I move any motions or any amendments, I just want to clarify that approval of this layout or this motion today doesn't necessarily preclude any changes to the layout at first and second.
First, second, and third, it does not.
Okay.
It does not. I fully expect that there will be a spirited discussion and likely a referral. So.
And likely some of the changes that could be made that I described wouldn't necessarily trigger a public hearing because they might not alter the density in such a way that it would go above.
But I also think that there'd be much openness to have a public hearing if that's the will of council.
Right.
I don't see this coming forward and being rammed through in any section. We've been very open and transparent of Horn Pit, which I think is different than what the process we've seen in the past. This is very open and transparent. So I think there'll be plenty of time for input and amendments once we have that staff report.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, there's a few things I like about this plan. It's one who got rid of that bump south of 27th Avenue there to give it a little more room. I also am really glad to see that we've got the 5.5 acres included in there. And I like the detention pond because I've been monitoring this creek for months now, and it is still dry. And the fact that we've got the detention pond there, my focus is trying to make sure that we can get water into Little Campbell because right now there's salmon outside waiting to try to get up and spawn. And we can utilize that detention pond to either, with proper drafting, either fill the wetlands, which have water in them right now, or we can push it over to the creek that doesn't have water right now. Also, I think there's some really creative things we could do to utilize the school park site to help out with the water situation again by directing it either to the wetlands or the creek, and even to the residential single families that are south of 27th. We get creative on how to take some of that impermeable surface and direct the water directly to the wetlands. So, yeah, I'm liking this.
Okay, great. Seeing no other speakers, I'll call the question on F5. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. F6, age-restricted vape stores. Council endorsed the draft zoning bylaw to bring forward for bylaw readings. Is there any discussion? Anyone want to move that? Sorry. Moved by Councillor Rent. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Bailey. Is there any discussion on F6? Did you say yes or no? Okay. Oh, Councillor Pratt.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I understand the, and through yourself to staff, if I understand the changes correctly, this will not give council in the ability in any way to forbid or prevent the current vape stores that are age restricted from continuing operation, correct?
Mr. Backen?
So the vape stores that we've got now that are age restricted, they're going to be allowed to stay regardless of what we pass today. Because we have no legislative authority to.
Correct. So I think the question is, if there's something that exists now, it effectively would be grandfathered. New would not be permitted. However, there is provision, and in more colloquial language, that would suggest that if there is a store that has other many sources of sales, that they would be permitted to continue, but the sole source operations would not, going forward. New ones would not be permitted.
So that kind of raises my cause for concern, because I understand completely the intent of what we're trying to do and trying to restrict these harmful substances from getting into the hands of people who shouldn't have them. But if we grandfather 6 or 7, however many vape stores that are currently in existence, effectively, we've just made those vape stores worth a heck of a lot of money and artificially constrained the supply of those vape stores, which means that they're probably going to be there for as long as they want to be there. So yes, we are allowing future ones from opening, but we're really reinforcing the ones that are currently there and sort of making it impossible to remove them through these types of mechanisms, because now all of a sudden they're the only game in town. They're worth a heck of a lot of money. They're not going anywhere. So I don't know if this is having the intended effect that we wanted. And so if we move forward with this today, there needs to be some discussion about, is this actually solving the problem that we're trying to fix? Because I don't fully believe it is.
Okay. No amendments or anything else at this time? No? Okay. Any other discussion on F6? Seeing none, I'll call the question on F6. That carries unanimously. F7, 2023 BC Active Transportation Infrastructure Grants. And I'll move that. Is there a second or seconded by Councillor Rent? Councillor Pratt, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I've lost my comments because my thing was deleted, but that's okay. So the $500,000 of cost sharing that's coming from TransLink that's going towards bike lanes, are those painted bike lanes or actually protected curbs?
Thank you, through your worship. The 2 sections that we're proposing is 208 Street between 68th and 70th and 70th and 72nd. As council may remember, due to the anticipated development that's going to be occurring on the west side of 208 in this section, they'll be painted bicycle lanes for now, until such time all the development has been completed.
As the development goes in, and if theoretically those the curbs were in there, who's responsible for paying for the repair of them as they're kind of cut up by development? Is that the township or is that the developer who's doing it?
Sorry, could you please repeat the question?
So
With respect to the ones that are there right now on the east side?
Theoretically, if they were actually installed, the curbs, right? As the development goes in and they'd have to be carved up for, installing services, what have you, who's responsible for paying to restore those to their ultimate condition? Is that the township or is that the developer?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, for clarifying the question. Should the township elect to construct the ultimate standard, as we may call it, with respect to medians and bike curbs, the developer don't have to be mindful and take care of the existing infrastructure that they're inheriting to build their development. So for a number of reasons, it's not quite recommended by staff because they also need the space in order to do their development. So that's why we're doing the interim right now.
And what do we expect timeline-wise? Because this right here, this is, I believe, Central Gordon Estate on the west side of 208 Street. Do we have an anticipated build-out of that community and how long we're going to be waiting with painted bike lanes there?
Your Worship, that's hard to predict from staff perspective.
Thank you.
Just look at my partner over here.
Do we have many active applications in the area?
Short answer, through your worship, short answer, yes, but it's market driven, your worship, so that is really a function of market conditions.
And is there anything stopping us from, at this point, with taking the cumulative $1 million here from TransLink and putting it towards fully protected bike curbs? if that was the will of council.
That could be the decision by council to build the ultimate. Is that what I heard?
Should it be the will of council, would that be possible? Based on using this program, based on the envelopes that staff have for the 208 Street phase that's underway now, that's subject to these two grants, would that be possible?
Thank you, Your Worship. Not the project manager for the contract, would have to see if we have unit prices for those scopes of items, and then be able to estimate it and provide an update to council with respect to what the ultimate cost would be. It may be more, it may be less than $1 million. I can't say at this time.
Is there any time restriction on receiving these grants? Like, are we handcuffed to making sure that we get a council approval done today?
Thank you, through your worship. The report does not indicate a deadline, something I'll have to get back to. But as I referenced 2023, it would likely be by the end of this year.
Okay. If anybody else has anything to say, I'd make a referral.
There are other speakers, yeah. Yep. Come back to you. Councillor Van Popta?
Yeah, just on the, just to clarify, whether we change the design to put in permanent curbs now, instead of painted bike lanes, it doesn't really affect the grant, does it, through your worship to staff? We still can get the grant regardless of whether they're painted versus putting in full curbs. And we can change that scope later? Like, we don't have to have the full scope for the application of the grant, is what I'm asking.
Thank you, through worship. Staff have identified the program and the proposed project meet the criteria of that grant program. With respect to scope changes, be suffice to say, if we end up delivering a bike lane project or active transportation route, that would meet the criteria.
Regardless of whether it was painted or curbed?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
Your worship?
Yes, go ahead.
One more thing. Staff advised me that the deadline to apply is October 31st of this year.
Okay, I understand. Councillor Pratt. So with that information, that also applied to F8. So I was going to ask that there was a deadline clearly specified in that report of October 31st. So a referral would jeopardize the grant.
Yep. No, and if that's the case, then it can wait.
And
We'll just spend this money later.
I was going to address deadlines under F8.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no other discussion, I'll call the question on F7. Carries unanimously. F8, TransLink 2024 funding requests. I'll move it. Is there a second or seconded by Councillor Rent? Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion on this. Mr. Backen, I wanted to ask again about the challenge with these deadlines, October 31st. I know we haven't met for a month, which may have created this one, but this did come up a few times last council term, if you recall, where the council was asked to endorse a grant application with essentially no time remaining to make any changes or referrals. Is there something you can sort of offer that maybe we could look at some kind of a process change where there's not an assumption that these will just be rubber stamped, that maybe the council would want to weigh in once in a while? But now there is simply no time to do so.
No, that's correct, Your Worship. We can take that under advisement. We know that these, I guess some comfort is we weren't certain if these should be proceeding or not, because do they meet the council priorities? Of course, because the money involved, we had to bring them forward. We can look at the timelines and determine when they actually make the advice of these and see if we can somehow provide more time or make it a bit more
So
robust.
I'll make some notes in I know we've been changing some aspects of capital projects, so I'll make some notes that maybe we can provide some clarity in the budgets with maybe even just by resolution, if council can sort of endorse that we are going to look for these matching funds, and maybe have some council discussion around which projects may be the priority, because I know that many would qualify potentially, and these are the ones that are selected, and I think there's some carry forward funding as well. So all of that I think works for this one, but I think going forward, just to see the process here with Councillor Pratt, there may be some desire to give council some more time other than maybe 0 council meetings for 7 days. So I'll just leave that with you. Maybe we can review that during the budget process. All right. Any other questions on F8? Seeing none, I'll call the question on F8. Councillor carries unanimously with Councillor Ferguson absent. F9, capital request, 206 Street, 78 Avenue to Willoughby Town Center Drive. I'll move it. Is there a second or seconded by Councillor Bailey? This is for finishing 206 Street fronting Donna Gabriel Park. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question on F9. carries unanimously. Councillor Ferguson absent. F10, additional staff requests. I'll move that. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Rent. Councillor Richter. Just to advise, I do have an amendment here on this one. Go ahead, Councillor Richter.
I'm just wondering what the total cost of this will be and what the source of funds is.
Mr. Backen. So I did clarify that that was not in the staff report, so I think that's a good first question.
Going by recollection, Your Worship, I think it was about $180,000, give or take. The source of funds would be, I think perhaps part of what you're suggesting as a referral is that to be included as part of the budget process, which would be then built into the 2024 base budget.
Yeah.
So it's 180,000 for 3 positions? That seems awfully cheap.
Yeah, I think that's a little shy, Mr. Backen, for 3 positions, yeah.
Sorry, I was thinking it was 2 positions, but I think there was one, so it'd probably be more like, you'd have to add another position, but another 90.
So 270K then?
I think that-
Ms. Ruff, why don't you just give us the exact number?
I believe it is 318,000.
And does that include benefits?
Correct.
I believe that also includes total burden, Ms. Ruff, the administration and bookkeeping and so on?
Yes.
That's correct, yeah.
And this is just going to be built into the base budget, so it will be paid for out of tax increases?
Mr. Backen?
Not necessarily. It'll be built into the base budget, which has a component of general revenue that's from taxation, but it also, the base budget includes, I guess, the fees and charges issued by the division itself. I don't know if this would entirely be covered by the fees, but I think that's the intent.
Okay, thank you.
So I have an amendment, seeing no other speakers. If we pull up item F10, council authorize the hiring. I would like to add at the end, this is an amendment, not a referral, pre-approved within the 2024 budget with a start date of January 1st, 2024. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Martins. The purpose of that, I think, is to allow the directors, the departments to get on with it. It's been an ongoing issue with development on building permit timelines, and I think these are some great suggestions in the report to address some ongoing permit categories that need some additional additional resources and some process changes to eliminate some interdepartmental referrals to increase timelines. So initially, I would represent a 0.19% property tax increase within the 2024 budget. However, as Mr. Backen alluded to, building permit fees could be adjusted to make this included as part of cost recovery from that department. So I don't see any long-term implication to property taxes. Councillor Van Popta, go ahead.
Yeah, it only makes sense that the amount of work that we've done with process changes and the approval of applications, that we're going to need more staffing, and especially when it comes to the driveway permits. I know that that's been a challenge in that department. So this is just part of growth and understanding that as we build more, we're going to need more staff to help us.
Thank you. I certainly agree. Councillor Richter.
Okay, so let me get this straight. We haven't even done the budget yet, and you're pre-approving a 0.19 property tax increase?
I think I adequately explained that that's not what's occurring, but if you wish to characterize it that way, that's certainly up to you.
Well, didn't you just say 0.19 property tax
Mr. Backen,
increase?
maybe you
Did
can.
I mishear that?
Mr. Backen, maybe perhaps you can clarify for Councillor Richter.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I think the reference was if there was to be simply the application of general revenue, it would equate to that amount. However, the reason that doesn't work well is because there is fees and charges that the division will actually be levying that in part could cover that without any changes to those fees and charges, maybe the entire amount. As well as part of the budget process, it would be prudent to review the amount of those fees and charges to see if the division itself could be self-funding from the applications that are being submitted.
Okay, so is this a second paragraph that's being added in as an amendment?
No, it's being added on to the end of the resolution in your agenda.
Okay, so it's an amendment.
It's an amendment, yeah, to the recommendation.
Okay, well, I don't object to adding additional people, but I certainly object to pre-approving these positions with a tax increase before we've even seen the 2024 budget. That's putting the horse before the cart, I think.
Well, the horse does go before the cart, but
Cart before the horse,
yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, but I think we've done this on occasion where we value management coming forward with recommendations, giving council the option. In some
Excuse
cases,
me, management didn't come forward with this, you did. You just put it on.
The item is on the agenda based upon the management report to council, Councilor Richter. So if I could finish, that'd be all right. I think it's been encouraged to have management come forward with process improvements that have been identified by council to be important. So at the very beginning of the term, we highlighted building permit timelines and processes to be something that was a priority to be improved, to get permit times down for all members of the community, from whether you need a driveway to a single-family home to a tenant improvement. And we've seen some great work done on getting those timelines down, and I was really happy to see this come forward in regards to some specific permit categories which need some additional resources. So I think it's good to get on with it. I think we've explained that it's not property tax based 3 times now. Councillor Ferguson, go ahead.
I guess, quick question through the chair to staff. First of all, I totally support this. Are we able to, I know it's a loaded question, to find the right people and get them hired? Because I know it's difficult finding people, if I may.
Your worship, it is a challenge, but all we can do is go forth and do either one of 2 things, try to recruit or try to train internally. And this gives us the opportunity with the positions to do both.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Totally support.
So call the question on the amendment to get on with it. F10. This is the amendment. That carries with Councillor Richter opposed. Now back to the main motion as amended. Any other discussion? Seeing none, call the question on F10 as amended. That carries with Councillor Richter opposed. Item F11, capital request. I'm going to clear the queue there. Go ahead. Item F11, capital request for the walkable holiday light display potentially at the Derrick Doubleday Arboretum. So nobody wishes to move it. I would may move an automatic referral to the 2024 budget process. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Van Popta. So is there any discussion, Councillor Martins? This is to take the recommendation you see here, and the referral is on the floor to send the whole recommendation to the 2024 budget process.
Yeah, a question, it's a process question. If we're referring this to the 2024 budget process, are we then endorsing that we are going ahead and doing this event with these numbers, or does this leave us with the ability to have further discussion? I think it's really important, particularly with what we heard tonight and what we've been seeing unfold over the last week or two at the council table, to have a broader discussion around event planning and what exactly the Township Council wants to endorse generally in respect to events. So, but by doing this referral, are we, will that process not be allowed to occur?
Mr. Back, you can clarify that it won't.
Correct. By doing this, it'll allow that process to occur, and that there can be further discussion.
Okay.
The process of referral means that nothing contained in the resolution itself has actually been endorsed. That would have to be coming from the budget meetings, and the time frame would put those after the 2024 season.
Thank you very much for clarifying that. I feel much more comfortable supporting this referral, knowing that we can have further conversations. Simply, this is certainly something we need to talk about a whole lot more.
Councillor Pratt?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And just to
It's on the referral, but you can certainly discuss the content if you wish. But
It's
just
on
want to
the
make sure
referral.
we're on the referral.
Yeah, on the referral.
I won't say it again. I think it's clear. We're referring this, yeah.
Just to clarify through yourself to staff, by referring this to the 2024 budget, this makes it impossible to hold this form of event this season.
Mr. Backman? Yeah.
Correct. It would have been incredibly challenging in any event to get the supplies and materials. However, this makes it clear that it'll be targeting, if it's endorsed by council, in the fall of 24.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, I'm glad to see this getting referred because I was going to speak against it. I don't think, one, you'd be able to get it off the ground this quick and do it properly and do a quality event. And 2, I think you're really short on the money. You're going to need a lot more money than this to do a proper, well thought out event. And if we're going to do a walkable holiday light display, I think we should take our time. We should budget properly for this and do a quality job. No use doing a half-hearted.
Yeah, I think we got it, Councillor Bailey. Yeah, I think we got it. Councillor Richter?
Yeah, if this is going to come back to the 2024 budget process, will there be additional information that will come back as well? I'm thinking things like Parking, is there gonna be enough parking? The on-site power, is it actually along the trails? Security of lights along the trails.
Your worship, we can make a note of those. Primarily, though, we think we would have a discussion if the event was of interest to council, and then because of the timing, we'd have more time, we could address the specific concerns. I've made a note of the three that were raised, and we can try to touch upon them in terms of the budget, but ideally, I think it would take more time and more analysis before we can get to the ultimate solution.
Potentially, you may want to know what council's appetite to fund events throughout the Township of Langley on an annual basis, and this could be one of many events. Is that correct? Yeah.
Well, and one of the things that I'm quite concerned about is the lack of parking there. I can see people parking along Fraser Highway. And if there's a concern that there's an issue with parking on 238th Street, I would suggest parking along Fraser Highway is way more dangerous.
Councillor Ferguson?
Well, I didn't want to discuss the parking, but I know that on many events that I've participated at, the Derek Doubleday Arboretum, we've used the church across the street as well as other things to park. So, but, you know, parking's always a concern. I did want to say I happen to agree with Councillor Bailey, oddly enough, that we need lots more discussion about this. We need to find out more about funding and strategizing. So I'm sure it'll be a robust discussion at budget time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Seeing no other discussion, I'll call the question on the referral. F11. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. Bylaws for first, second, and reading. Official Community Plan Amendment rezoning application number 100182. 101375. Bylaw number 59465947. Is there a mover? Moved by Councillor Pratt, seconded by Councillor Bailey. Councillor Richter, go ahead.
A couple of things. So does this mean there is going to be a public hearing on this because it's only first and second?
Yes, that's correct.
And also, is a light at 200th Street included in this application? Because that's what, at 80th Avenue?
Mr. Bracken?
Or 83rd?
Thank you, Worship. It's a development prerequisite for the servicing agreement, but understanding is yes, there's a light requirement there.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no other discussion, I'll call the question on G1. Carries unanimously. Bylaws first, second, and third reading. Public Spaces Regulation Bylaw Amendment, Bylaw number 5950, 5953. Does anybody wish to move that? Moved by Councillor Martins, seconded by Councillor Rent. Is there any discussion? Councillor Martins.
I just want to express my appreciation to staff for addressing this in quick order and very thoroughly done with legal opinion, etc. So thank you very much. When will this come back for final, if I may?
Anticipating November 6th? Is that correct? Yep. No, it's November 6th.
Okay, so on November 6th, we'll have the final and we can clear this through.
That's correct.
Thank you very much for that.
There's currently, I believe, no anticipation that they'll be able to finish the provincial process by November 6th. Yep. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, can we provide for a public input opportunity on this?
Mr. Bracken, of course we can, right? Yeah.
Okay, well, I'd like to move that there be a public input opportunity on it.
Okay, so again, I just want to clarify, you're referring to a public input opportunity placed on the public hearing agenda.
Yes.
Is there a seconder to that? Not seeing a seconder. Councillor Richter.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Call the question on H1. Carries unanimously. H2, rezoning application number 100665, development variance permit application 100138, bylaw number 5940. Is there a mover? Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Rent. Councillor Pratt, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And just through yourself to staff, is this within 800 meters of 200th Street? Do we know? Would it fall within the parameters of the 200 Street 2040 sausage?
Yeah, certainly get that clarified. Mr. Richardson, I don't believe it does, but can you maybe, I think it might be right on the line somewhere.
Correct, Your Worship.
Yeah. So which side of the line is it on, just to confirm the Councillor Pratt's question?
at the 400-meter mark, Your Worship.
Good. So it's within the 800 meters.
Okay.
Actually, much more within than I anticipated. Go ahead.
Is it really? Okay. If it's between the 400 and 800 meters, is that what through yourself to staff, Your Worship? Is that what's meant by 400 meters? Is it between 400 and 800?
I don't have that exact information, Councillor, through Your Worship. I don't have that exact information at hand, Councillor Pratt. Well, I can certainly provide that.
Because the reason for my asking is because if it's within the 800 meters, I'd be interested to see what other highest and best land use would be possible for the site, based on planning exercises that are underway. So I would refer it to a process similar to what we've done at 199 on the west side of 200 Street. Once all the speakers have had the chance to go through.
Come back to you. Yeah. Councillor Richter?
I was just wondering if there's going to be, why there isn't any public input on this one.
Mr. Bagan, again, this keeps coming up. We may want to sort of get a memo to council that when there's no OCP amendment, it comes forward for first, second, and third. Ms. Bauer, maybe you could put that in an email to council. It seems to be coming up again and again. Thank you. It doesn't come forward for first and second, Councillor Richter, because there's no OCP amendment.
There's amendment there, but.
That's an amendment to the zoning bylaw. Councillor Van Popta, go ahead.
Yeah, hearing what Councillor Pratt was saying regarding the 800 meter. I think in this case, because there's two applications that are right kind of side by side that are here today, I kind of had the same thoughts. But then when I looked at the existing build out to the east, which are single family homes, I think that we have to have a decent transition because that subdivision is already existing. So for that reason, I'm kind of okay on this application to kind of keep the density as what it is.
Seeing no other speakers, Councillor Pratt, did you wish to consider that?
Yeah, no, considering that I do get the interface issues, I think that the conversation around the 200 Street 2040 plan kind of has dictated where we should be going in this area, but I get the interface issues. I've not been very successful in the past on trying to address those interface issues, so I'm not going to move a motion that's going to fail.
I certainly appreciate that. I certainly also, have the similar concerns of proximity to 202A, but also share Councillor Van Popta's concern about this neighborhood as well underway. I'm going to call the question on H2 for second and third reading. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. H3, rezoning application number 100731, bylaw number 5939. Is there a mover? Moved by Councillor Rint, seconded by Councillor Bailey. Is there any discussion on H3? Seeing none, I'll call the question on H3. That carries with Councillor Richter opposed. Item H4, rezoning application number 100734, bylaw number 5944. Is there anybody who wishes to move that? Moved by Councillor Rint. Is there a seconder to it? Seconded by Councillor Pratt. Councillor Richter, go ahead.
Yeah. I think there should be a public input opportunity on this. There was a late delegation that came in today concerning it, and we did not put it on the agenda. So I think that there is public concern out there on this one, and we should be sending it for public input.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Councillor Van Popta?
Yeah, on this one, just seeing the communication going back and forth, it sounds like this one's under litigation between the strata and the business in question. And also that the strata is going to have insurance issues. So I don't even think that we need to go to public on this one, and I'm just comfortable just canceling or voting it.
Okay, so I could certainly appreciate that if you see no need for it. Councillor Martins?
Thank you. To elaborate on those comments, if I can through staff, My understanding is there's been several bylaw complaints, and our bylaw department have been involved in addressing them. And at one point, this business was actually operating at that location without a license or correct zoning. I think that bylaw were successful in bringing that to a close, but it does concern me that this operator went ahead and did so without going through proper process. But if I could ask staff to confirm that my information is correct there.
In substance, that's correct, Your Worship. We're always concerned about FOIPA rules, but I would say that in substance, the concerns expressed are correct.
Thank you. And then with regards to the insurance, and again, for staff, I am aware there's been difficulty in the strata getting insurance with the operation or potential operation of this business. Do we know if they receive, if this goes ahead and they are able to get a business license and proper zoning, that resolves the insurance problem, or do we know if that carries on?
I would say that it probably goes a long way. However, it still may need special risk insurance because of the implications. The use is something that may not be covered by traditional policies, so there probably is insurance available for the building, but it may certainly affect its form.
Thank you. And thank you for those responses. I will not be supporting this rezoning.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson?
Oh, I think I'm not going to repeat what's being said, so I agree with what's being said. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Richter, do you wish to?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to get public input on this.
So I'm going to again come back to public input is a little too vague for staff. So if you're looking for a public hearing, or looking for an open house, or looking for a public input opportunity.
As this is a rezoning application, Mr. Backen, I assume that a public hearing is in order on it?
Certainly would be, as far as I know, Mr. Backen, yeah.
Because it's a rezoning, council could call a public hearing per se.
Okay, so I would move an amendment to it being first and second with a public hearing scheduled.
Is that sufficient, Mr. Backen, or could we refer for second and third for a public hearing? You know, it doesn't really matters that much. We'll just amend it and refer. Is that really what we do? But I mean,
it does need to be amended to first and second. Public hearing has to occur before third.
And you can take it. You can take that amendment and a referral simultaneously.
Yes, we can.
You can't. You can't. Okay. Is there a seconder to that? Not seeing a seconder, Councillor Richter.
Okay.
So that, I'll call the question on H4. And that's defeated unanimously. Gonna move on. Actually, why don't we, I know people have been here for hours waiting, but a member of council has requested a point of privilege for a 5-minute recess, so we'll reconvene here at 5:05. Okay, we'll get back underway. Item I1, bylaws for consideration at third reading, rezoning application number 100733, bylaw number 5899. Is there a mover? Moved by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Van Popta. Is there any discussion on this? I also have a potential referral, but I'll let council look at it before I move it. I wouldn't mind some feedback before I move it. Go ahead, Councillor Richter.
This is a very, what's the word, complicated application for a number of reasons. But there were two things that came up in the public hearing that I wondered if we could refer back to staff. The first was adding language to prevent the use of green waste on site. And the second idea that came up was the idea of a 2 or so year transition period for the current owners to move to a more appropriate industrial site. So
I do have a referral which captures some of that, which you
Yeah.
could amend, Councillor Richter, if you wish.
oh yeah, I'm going to have a lot of luck amending things here today anyway.
You don't know unless you try, right? Ms. Bauer, maybe you could bring up that referral, and I'll move on to Councillor Van Popta. Councillor Van Popta, go ahead.
Yeah, although I was sick for the public hearing, I was watching from home. And I heard two comments. One comment being that everybody said that they were a good neighbor. And two, that people were concerned about the what ifs in the future. So seeing the referral, knowing that we're hopefully going to add some language, hearing from Councillor Richter also wanting to add some language that kind of protects what can be processed there. This one for me is actually, I want to see this rezoning go through. I mean, I've worked in greenhouses that have used this material as a consumer. I have about 6 months supply worth of tomatoes in my freezer that were grown with this material, and I do find that it is actually farm use. I don't find it as an industrial. I've toured the site, and it's a legacy operation that's been there and was at one point in compliance. So for that, I'm happy to endorse this referral as well.
Yeah, the referral, I think, is not incompatible with that position. It's looking to make some movement based on the submissions at the public hearing. Ms. Bauer, could you bring that back up? Or do I have the wrong screen number? Number one? There we are. So if anyone wishes to speak to the main motion before I move the referral, Councillor Ferguson?
Oh, well, okay, I'll talk, I'll just mention, I guess I'm doing both at the same time, is that I hope that, you've allowed this before in the past, I know it's not procedural correct. I hope the proponent is able to answer these questions. I think they seem relatively interesting to clarify, and anyone in this business hopefully would be able to do those things. That's my only point.
Yep. Thank you. So I'll move the referral. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Bailey. Is there any discussion on the referral? You have to push your button again, Councillor Richter. Councillor Richter.
Well, I'd like to add in language to prevent the use of green waste on site. And I'd
That would
also-
be covered by number one, Councillor Richter.
I don't think so.
I do.
One looks like, well, okay, you're entitled to your opinion and I'm entitled to mine.
It's on one or more restrictive definitions to confirm the exact nature of the proposed operation. So if we limit it to the specific language like you're suggesting, it would be more restrictive than allowing the staff to work with a proposal from the proponent as opposed to being too prescriptive. But it's my intention that this referral captures the need to define green waste. And if it does not, then we could look at that when it returns, but it will.
Okay.
Councillor Martins?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for this referral. I like that. I think some more work needs to be done, and I support that. Because for me, a difficulty I was having when I was reading the ALC decision and also listening to the public hearing is section 12 of their document, where it gave very specific conditions. And so I'm hoping that with staff working with the proponent, that those conditions, the spirit of what's intended there can be included in what eventually comes back.
You hear that? Councillor Van Popta?
Yeah, just through your worship to staff, could you clarify that the existing zoning as it is now, it could actually be a mushroom facility? Because the only, I hear what Councillor Richter is saying, but I would be concerned that we would actually, if we're adding language specifically about green waste, that we would be eliminating something that's already legally allowed to be processed on site, although this business doesn't do that. So I just want to make sure that the language that we use allows for whatever is zoned, plus making sure that we've got restrictions, that we're not moving maybe more towards like animal byproducts and waste of that sort.
Mr. Richardson?
Thank you, through your worship. The RU3 zone allows for a range of uses. The intent of the referral motion is to, I guess, mimic and further define the items, especially those included in the ALC decision, your worship.
Okay.
So, Councillor Richter, do you wish to amend it? You also mentioned a potential timeline for transition.
Oh, Mr. Woodward, I have.
It's actually Mayor Woodward.
Okay, Mayor Woodward, I think I've been taught my lesson today.
Well, it's in the
about
council
where my
procedure
place
bylaw,
is.
Councillor Richter. You well know that. I don't refer to you as Ms. Richter. Do you wish to move an amendment regarding a 2-year transition? We can certainly look at that when it returns. The proponent and their consultants are here. I think we've heard that at the public hearing in regards to consideration of that. And I believe I've heard that from other members of council as well. Mr. Bracken, there was some desire for some members of council to have another look at the facility, or 2 members of council were not able to have a look at the facility. So I believe that we would be at risk of triggering another public hearing if members of council were able to receive additional information. So what would the language be that after this referral is processed by staff and the proponent, that another public hearing is scheduled, which would allow the proponent to communicate with members of council? Do you have any suggestions on how we might be able to accomplish that?
Your worship, it may be better to simply process the referral, let that come back with the results, and then ask for the public hearing and then the tour, as opposed to try to stack it up at this point.
I think there would be some desire, from what I've heard, but other members of council can weigh in if they wish. I've heard that there's a desire to see that run concurrently and then automatically have another public hearing based upon any responses or ability of this proponent to modify the proposal. I think it'll go to public hearing anyway, so we could certainly run that concurrently and save some time for everyone involved.
So I think, your worship, if that's the objective, what we could do is we could refer the matter for a further public hearing. Well, first of all, we would deal with the
We'd amend the
language,
referral to add a requirement for a second public hearing. Would that be possible?
That's correct. You could
Okay,
actually.
Ms. Bowery,
simply
could
do
you suggest some language for that, and then I'll move an amendment to the referral?
that after the discussions have concluded with the proponent. Go ahead.
Or they could certainly run concurrent, Mr. Bracken. I don't see any
Sorry, no.
harm.
I mean, the matter couldn't come back for public hearing until after the discussions, because we have to know what we're taking to the public hearing.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So the intent here is 2 members of council did not get a chance, or were did not get a chance to tour the facility, have not met with the proponent, have not gotten the same information other members of council have. And I'd like to do that without any concern about triggering another public hearing. Let's just have another public hearing. So what language, Ms. Bowery, would you like to suggest to amend the referral to automatically plan for a second public hearing, which allows members of council to get additional information?
I'll have to. Wait, it has to come back first.
It comes back first, but they would come back with a process to go to a public hearing. So we are sort of instructing that this would come back, then there would go to a public hearing after that. But in the meantime, we don't have to wait for the report to come back from members of council to go visit the facility.
I believe it would just be as simple as scheduling a second public hearing following adoption of, I guess it's going to be an amendment.
Yeah, I think to amend it, because I don't want to hear any accusations that members of council did something wrong.
I think it's as simple as just schedule a second public hearing.
Okay,
We
so-
can't schedule it until after it has second reading, so it'll fall right in there.
So we can add that to the referral. So I'll move the amendment to the referral. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Martins. Is there any discussion on the amendment to schedule a second public hearing once it returns to council? Seeing none, I'll call the question on that amendment to the referral. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. So the referral as amended. Is there any other discussion on the referral as amended? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the referral of I-1. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. J1, zoning bylaw amendments, age-friendly amenity area. I will move it. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Martins. Councillor Richter.
I'm just wondering about if there's a need for public input on this. I don't understand why we're sending it through all 4 readings
Mr. Bracken.
without getting feedback from the public.
Your worship, it is a regulatory bylaw that I think is intended to actually streamline and clarify some of the language in the previous iteration. So in this case, that's why it's eligible for the first 4 readings. It's deemed to be more of an effect of the regulation than a land use change.
And it was done last time, but we reconsidered it to make some adjustments. So this will be the second time through the process. I've not seen any public feedback on this. Been on the agenda for quite a while. So with that, I have an amendment. Ms. Bauer, if you'll bring that up. I'd like to add item 2C6 to 111.5 that a maximum of 50% of the required age-friendly amenity area can be provided indoors. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Martins. Is there any discussion on that amendment? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the amendment. That carries unanimously. So back to the 4 readings as amended. Any other discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question on J1 as amended. That carries unanimously. Bylaws for final adoption, highway closure and dedication removal, bylaw number 5933. I'll move it. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Is there any discussion on K1? Seeing none, I'll call the question on K1. Carries unanimously. K2, strategic loan authorization bylaw and alternate approval process bylaw number 5893. I'll move it. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Rent. Is there any discussion? K2. Seeing none, I'll call the question on K2. Carries. Councillor Richter opposed. Items from prior meetings. L1, the 2024 council calendar. I'll move it. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Rent. Is there any discussion or amendments anybody wishes to make? Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I'd like to amend it to add May the 27th.
As per the suggested motion in the agenda? In the report to council?
Yes.
Yes, is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Do you wish to speak to that, Councillor Bailey?
No, I just think it's too big a gap to not have a meeting in there.
Okay, is there any discussion to adding May 27th? Seeing none, I'll call the question on the amendment to L1. That carries unanimously. Back to the main motion. Councillor Martins, as amended. Go ahead.
Yep, thank you. Should I speak first, or I've got an amendment to move?
Why don't you move the amendment? You can speak to it.
Okay.
After you move it.
Sure. I would like to move that we remove the July 29th meeting date and replace it with September 9th, so we're not changing the number of meetings in the year.
Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Bailey. Go ahead.
Thank you. I would like, the reason I'm requesting this is having gone through this our first year and recognized by the time we got to the end of July, council was getting pretty fatigued. We were pretty tired, so I think it's important that we probably push pause and then just bring it back sooner in September. That's the reason for it.
Go ahead, Mr. Vacan.
Your worship, the additional meeting works well in May. In September, it's a bit more of a challenge because we will have to have the reports ready for 14 days prior to the 9th, and I think there's a long weekend in there, so it might be 15 days. So that'll put us into the last week of August, or close to it, which means we can certainly have the meeting, but we expect it'll be a very light meeting because it'll be without virtually any reports unless there's some hangovers from the June or July period.
Yeah, I think that was some discussion I heard. I think you're aware of that. Is that correct?
I am aware of that,
Yeah.
but I just, I feel there's, at some point, mental health and rest outvalues process in that respect, at least. So that's the only reason I like to suggest it.
Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, I would have to agree with the administrator on the 9th of September. We purposely didn't, I know we've gone down this road before, purposely didn't go that. But my question to the administration is, I always thought that the last meeting in July, for as long as I can remember, was always like a watershed kind of moment for people in developing and business community, getting their stuff there and getting all their people reports done for the summer break. If I may, through the chair, is that not the case? Maybe Mr. Richardson or maybe Mr. Backen would know.
Your comments are quite accurate in terms of the previous process where we're working on the, I guess, the week previous in terms of that. By moving to our new process in January, will be 2 weeks previous. So the cutoff for the last meeting in July, which will now be, it'll be, so if you get some real dates here. So the cutoff for reports will effectively be the end of June, early July, July 2nd, which is fine as long as the development community is aware of that. Then it'll backload matters, so it can be achieved. It just means there'll be no late reports coming after that period of time because of our agenda. Likewise in September, and so we're totally understandable in the July meeting. We're just giving you the heads up that the September meeting will likely be very light because we will only have non-council reports, non-bylaws, and that's also fine as long as council is aware that, because we'd be taking the cutoff date as being late August, and there'll be, that's our down period to try to move things along and to try to make sure that the holidays are absorbed and staffing will be kind of light.
Now, I know, if I may just supplement, I know we've made changes that way, but someone in the development or business community would be maybe preparing for something in May or April to work towards that July 29th date. And maybe Mr. Richardson can answer. That's for my understanding in the past.
Through your works for Council Ferguson, that's correct. Staff on a continuing basis work with proponents on meeting those dates. So we do work with them diligently on identifying their target dates and trying to meet those, given submission of required materials to get them to council in an approvable format. So we could continue to do that, Council Ferguson.
Yeah, so thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't mind that, adding a meeting, although I don't know if it's necessary for 29th, pardon me, the 9th, but I'd hate like heck to take out the 29th meeting. Thank you.
Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, I like the idea of adding the 9th, even if it is light, it won't hurt to come back to a light meeting. And it's the week before the UBCM AGM, and while I realize all the resolutions have to be in before that, I think it's a good idea to be able to sit down and discuss how that's going to roll out.
Okay, so Ms. Bauer, Mr. Backen, I don't know if you want to reread that amendment so council's clear.
So the amendment would effectively remove the July 29th meeting and replace it and schedule a meeting for September 9th.
Great. So we'll call the question on that, seeing no other discussion on that amendment to L1. That carries with Councillor Ferguson opposed. Now back to L1 as amended. Is there any other discussion on L1? Seeing none, I'll call the question on L1. That carries. Councillor Ferguson opposed. L2, Willoughby Community Plan, Latimer Neighborhood Plan, Amendment Number 100263, Rezoning Application Number 100617, Bylaw Number 5919, Bylaw Number 5920. It's here for third and final reading for the OCP amendment and third reading for the zoning bylaws. I'll move it. Is there any seconded by Councillor Wren? Any other discussion on L2? Seeing none, call the question on L2. Carries. Councillor Richter opposed. L3, there's nothing to move. I wanted to remind council of this, if there's any discussion around some previous discussions on assessment averaging. It is a complex, somewhat costly process. Everybody wants to talk me out of it, proposing it. So I think we'd just like to close the loop on this. It could be a multi-year process and we may regret it. So there seems to be no solution in provincial legislation to eliminate the wild fluctuations that some members of our community experience in their property taxation based upon their BC assessment changing from year to year. It's very frustrating to be working very hard to keep property tax increases well below the rate of inflation, well below other municipalities throughout the region, to have some experience a significant BC assessment increase, than to perceive that that's somehow an increase in taxation from the township, but that's the situation we're in. There seems to be no tools to do that. So I wanted to bring that back to close the loop, not expecting anyone to move forward with it, but I thought I would give council an opportunity if they wish to. Seeing none, I'll move on to motion to reconsider. I'll move reconsideration. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Rent. I'll call the question on reconsideration. L4. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. Maybe you just remind us, Ms. Bauer, the process here. Do you need a mover and a seconder?
Yes, it's equivalent to the motion starting all over again, so we need a mover or seconder.
So I'll move it. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Rent. I'm going to move a referral. Ms. Bauer, can you bring up that referral, please? So that's the referral for L4. I'll move that. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Rent. Is there any discussion on the referral? Councillor Richter.
Yeah. I'm a little concerned about bringing back motions that were dealt with 2 years earlier. And I'm wondering if there's any anticipated legal fallout from this.
Mr. Bracken?
What we can say, Your Worship, is that these things can be done. They are tricky in terms of trying to proceed. There's a bit of a test one has to go through in terms of the work done to date. The referral, I think, that you referenced is important to allow further analysis to continue. So I think that question could be definitively answered after we've been through the referral process and had the ability to, presuming that the referral includes it, some discussion with the proponent.
Okay, seeing no other discussion, I'll call the question on the referral. Referral carries. Councillor Richter opposed. I'll move reconsideration of L5. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Rent. Call the question on L5. Reconsideration. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. I'll move it. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Rent. Ms. Bauer, if you could bring up the referral for L5, please. I'll move that. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Rent. Is there any discussion on the referral? Seeing none, I'll call the question on L5, referral. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. Mayor and council report. Is there anybody who wishes to make a report? Councillor Martins. Nope, that one. Councillor Martins.
Thank you. I just wanted to provide a quick update from Fraser Valley Regional Library. This week, they announced new additions to their, what they call their playground. You can now check out from the library air quality monitors to help keep a eye on your home's air quality, and also energy meters to keep an eye on your electricity use. And the items can be checked out free using your library card, so I just thought that was a cool thing to note.
Anyone else wish to give a report? I'm overdue for a report. Maybe I'll try to get to one in November. Metro Vancouver Regional Committee report. Anyone wish to make one? Councillor Martins, go ahead. Go ahead.
And again, just a quick one-liner, Metro Parks update. On August 12th, Metro hosted a meteor shower watch at Aldergrove Regional Park. 5,600 people attended the event. So I just wanted to give kudos to Metro Vancouver for, especially coming out of the pandemic, that we are able to organize these sorts of events and they're so well attended.
For information, items P1 to P11, I would like to move referral of P7 to the 2024 budget process. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Rint. Any discussion on that referral? Seeing none, I'll call the question of the referral of P7. Carries unanimously. Is there any other discussion? Councillor Pratt, any item under P?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Talking about P4, Connected Communities Pilot, I'd be interested in exploring the options around making a referral for staff to pursue the second option. Listed on, it would be on the actual report itself, page 2, under next steps.
No, I did not print that report, so maybe you could remind me what that is.
Everybody's probably familiar with the part we're talking about. We're talking about the delineators on 96. So actually drilling down into the data that staff have provided, there was a clear increase in active transportation use along the corridor, resulting during the pilot project. And so understanding that the mean speed was not changed significantly. However, I think it's a testament to the success of the program that there was a significant increase in number of cyclists and pedestrians. Or specifically cyclists. And so some of the concerns brought up by staff, I think, are very valid around how we're going to maintain the area inside of the delineators. But it talks in this report about how the specialized equipment's in. It just now requires proper training for staff. And so I did have some questions through yourself to staff around what this equipment looks like. Can it be used and would it be used in the future for the maintenance of protected bike lanes that have curbs next to them, like on 216? Because for me, if it's the same technology, if it's the same stuff that it's going to be cleaning up on the other bike lanes, it makes sense to continue training and having this pilot project in place. And then it also addresses some of the concerns around space for emergency vehicles and for vehicles to be able to pull over onto the side in case of emergency vehicles going through. So a lot of the proposed steps moving forward, if we wish to continue the pilot for another year, address a lot of the concerns that I've heard from the community, including the aesthetics, because it talks about replacing some of the delineators in poor condition with those that we have in stock. So for me, I see little reason to at least not continue for another year and see if the success of the pilot is continued. And if we determine that there is no actual increase again, then heck, at no cost to us.
I don't know if Mr. Swag wants to weigh in. I don't know if we can bring up option 2 and put it on the screen. I actually don't know what that is. We'll get that moved first. I'm not sure what the motion's going to be. Let me have a look at here. So what is option 2?
Under next steps, the first paragraph speaks to the status quo, or speaks to getting rid of the delineators in its entirety and the cost and timeline associated with that. And then the paragraph starting with alternatively, due to the positive impact that delineators have had on active transportation.
So not remove them for an additional year.
Correct.
Correct. Okay.
And then proceed. There's all those bullet points kind of include some action items there.
So anybody else want to speak to the item before this is moved? Okay, so I'll come back to you, Councillor Pratt, if that works, because it seems to be generating some discussion. Councillor Van Popte, go ahead.
Yeah, so I noticed the same statistics in the report regarding the uptake in cycling and walking. The challenge that I have with the statistics is when the information was taken. So pre-delineators, it was taken in the slow months of October when people are generally not thinking of riding their bikes so much. And then the post-installation date was summer, when people are out and about. And so I don't think it's a fair analysis to look at fall reading versus a summer reading. And so although there was an uptake, I don't know if we compared season to season, if we'd have the same answer.
Okay. Councillor Martins, did you want to speak to that? So I'm going to clear the queue and you just hit your button again, please. Yeah, Councillor Martins, go ahead.
Thank you. If we were to extend this pilot for another year, do we have an idea on the cost implications for the township?
Thank you, Your Worship, and maybe I'll take the opportunity to answer Councillor Spratt's first question. The equipment that was procured was originally procured for the 216 protected bike lanes. So yes, this will be a piece of vehicle that can be used in many locations. We're just getting up to speed and getting it operating. We have a surplus or existing stock of new delineators in stock. So costs associated with implementing these changes and doing further studies is, in staff's mind, quite minimal with respect to some crews to go out there and removing the bad ones, adding the spacing, and then other technical staff to continue with the traffic counts throughout the different season if so directed by council, so.
So Councillor Pratt, do you wish to move that? We can continue the discussion, I suppose.
Yeah, I think just in response to Councillor Van Pop's concerns, and I think they're valid, I would say that that would, to me, merit the continuation, just to monitor it during those similar seasons so that we actually have even more accurate data. Because I hear what the public are saying, I get the aesthetic concerns, but to me, the merits of encouraging active transportation outweigh those concerns in this specific project, especially. So I think that if we can move forward with, increase the spacing between the delineators to a minimum of 12 to allow vehicles to pull over, periodically providing greater spacing, making sure that the really, damaged ones are being replaced. I think if we could do this and maintain the positive trend, that's what I would look for, especially if the costs aren't going to be overly burdensome.
Mm-hmm. So are you moving to
I would
implement this alternative option?
I would move to implement the alternative option as presented by staff.
As presented in this report as highlighted here?
Yeah.
Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Martins. Go ahead. I think you're trying to speak to it again.
Well,
you good?
Yeah, I would assume that people have heard the same concerns I have, and I would say that to me, this is doing what we can to address them. And I think that if our whole purpose with having these pilot projects is to encourage alternative forms of transportation, you think about how probably good this is for businesses in Fort Langley who benefit from summer and off-season transportation into Fort Langley. Parking is going to get no better in Fort Langley in the near future. And so if we can encourage people to get to Fort Langley safer, if we can encourage people to get back to Walnut Grove safer, I see that as a positive thing. And I see it as, we talk about the vehicle, what's the proper terminology I should be using for that? Incident data. In relation to this, how after the implementation of these delineators, staff have not noticed a significant increase in any incidents between vehicles or between vehicles and pedestrians or cyclists. So I think that all the merits of this project point to deserving another year.
Okay. Councillor Van Popta?
Yeah, so again, when it was brought up a year ago, I think it was one of the first meetings I was talking to this because we had a staff report. It was noted that staff were going to increase the spacing to allow for vehicles to pull out for emergency vehicles. But somebody who lives in Fort Langley who drives 96 quite often, I'm never driving that road alone. And there's always, a car or two behind me. And when I see a prescriptive 12 meters to allow for vehicles, sometimes you got to let through multiple vehicles to pull over to the side. And so don't get me wrong, I used to own a bike shop. I love cycling, but this route, because of its ALR, and shoulder restrictions and stuff like that, it's just a challenge. And I don't know if the 12 meters is really going to help, because you're going to have multiple vehicles that have to pull over, which is what the people are complaining about. It's not just I can't pull over; it's the 3 other cars behind me that can't pull over. So I don't know if I think if we pass the motion as is and we're being prescriptive about how many meters, I just don't know if we're going to solve anything.
I understand. Councillor Martins?
Thank you. And I appreciate the opportunity for further discussion, which is why I seconded Councillor Pratt here. I'm conflicted on this one. On one hand, I appreciate the staff feedback and recommendations and Councillor Pratt's comments. On the other hand, we could look at it as we have completed a pilot project and we have data, and maybe we stop with that, and then we put that data towards to help with our decision making moving forward when it comes to providing adequate active transportation opportunities for people. So while I appreciate the spirit of keeping it alive, I also think that we can look at it as we've learned from it and we've got some new information.
Councillor Pratt, you wish to speak to it again, but I think we've gone over this now, have we not?
I think there's comments brought up that I think we can address.
Go ahead.
The one, I'm glad Councillor Van Popta brought it up. I think that we probably have incomplete data based on the fact that we have shoulder season and then peak season, but we don't have comparators of both seasons over the year of the pilot. And so I think that that would be the benefit of extending it so that we get a full picture. Because for me, if we have data that shows that there's been an increase in usage in this path of active transportation, and then all of a sudden we take away the piece that's made it more safe for people to use without putting something back in to continue making it safer, I think that we're taking 2 steps backwards as opposed to 2 steps forwards. And then in addition, 12 meters at 33 feet, you know, that's a couple vehicles at the very least. And if absolutely, absolutely necessary, they're delineators for a reason. You know, somebody can maneuver around them, as we've seen all year as the Trans Mountain Pipeline's been being built, and we see how people can shimmy in and shimmy around. And so I think that just to take it out and say fait accompli, we've done our job, would be a disservice to this pilot, especially if we're not having to put more money into it to really keep it going. So I just think that we could get a better picture of, oh, okay, what kind of spacing do we actually need when we put in permanent pipe protection from something like this? Is it 12 meters? Well, we've continued this pilot project for a year and we've determined it's not 12. It needs to be bigger. That's the kind of thing that I'd be curious to see about if we could continue this for one more year and gather all that data so we have a full picture moving forward with all the capital projects we have on the books.
Yeah, I understand. I see no other discussion. Conflicted on this one. Certainly interested to see the result. I would like them removed. That's just where I'm at. I think I look at them and I think of the money that could have been spent on permanent infrastructure that wasn't. And so I think it's time for them to come out. I think it speaks pretty clearly here in the motion. Replace delineators in poor condition that have been in, what have they been in for, a year? And they're already in poor condition. So I think it speaks that they're not really the right solution in the right place. I've had so many complaints. I've been mocked for them, even though similar to Williams Park, had nothing to do with it really. I've been mocked for them. So I think it's time for them to come out. I'm just going to call the question on P4. The
on his motion.
That's correct. The highlighted portion. Yeah, that's correct. So let's clarify that, Ms. Bauer. We're moving the option in the report as opposed to taking no action, which would have led to their removal.
That's correct.
I know, this is the problem with these no action memos, yeah.
If council had done nothing, they would have been removed.
That's right.
So if council chooses to adopt this, then they will be, well, new program.
Yeah.
If council chooses to not adopt this, then they will be removed as no action's been taken.
So taking no action results in action, if that makes sense. So we're not voting on taking no action, which leads to their removal. We're voting on the highlighted portion here, which is to leave them in place another year and continue with the prescriptive items here. This is the challenge with these no action memos. No action means taking action. So voting on this to leave them in as the highlighted portion, which was an option in the report. Mr. Bracken, in the future, when these are options, they could be structured as motions potentially, as opposed to pros, if that makes sense. But I'll just call the question on this. If that's clear, what's being voted on? Okay. Oh, no, definitely not. Yeah, see, I'm already confused myself. And that's defeated. Councillor Rint, Mayor Woodward, Councillor Martins, Councillor Van Popte, Councillor Ferguson opposed, Councillor Kunst absent. So back to taking no action results in their removal. Councillor Van Popte?
Yeah, so if you can bring up that report again and scroll down further. There is an action item from staff in regards to the plaza that they're going to leave it in. And I would actually like the businesses to be asked and surveyed first, because there was a big uproar, even though it says the businesses were consulted, there was a big uproar that the businesses felt like they didn't want this. And so before we extend it for another year, I just want confirmation that the businesses weren't impacted by this, these plazas in their parking spaces.
Thank you, through your worship. Yes, we can definitely reach out and obtain current feedback on the plaza in Fort Langley.
So, but do we need to make a motion to have the public input received before we go ahead with the second year?
A suggested solution through the chair is to provide a subsequent memo on this topic with the results of the feedback.
Okay.
at which time council can consider and deliberate the next step for the plaza.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Martins? So any item under P, right? P1 to 11?
Yeah, there's actually two items that I would
go
like to
ahead.
speak to. So I'll start with P1. Again, I want to thank staff on their expediency on bringing back a report on the Mobile Integrated Crisis Response Teams, otherwise known as CAR 67. And I want to highlight the data that came from the Langley RCMP in that respect on page 2 of this report. Our rate of mental health files per 1,000 residents is higher than Burnaby, Coquitlam, and Squamish, who all have these teams who were awarded this in the most recent provincial announcement. And we have had a higher rate than those three every year since 2018. So this isn't a new change. So I would like to make a motion based on the information that we've been provided here in this report, if I may, that council endorse advocacy to the province to get this done. I can read that back, Ms. Bauer, if you'd like.
The motion would be that council endorse advocacy regarding, I want to come up with the right name, it's CAR 61 or, on the Mobile Integrated Crisis Response Team. How's that?
Yeah,
Okay.
to the province.
Yes.
Yeah, perfect, thank you.
Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Bailey. Is there any other discussion on that? Seeing none, I'll call the question on that P1. That carries unanimously. Councillor Martins, anything else? Can you turn your mic back on? Go ahead.
Thank you. No motion here. I just want to highlight P11, Standing Committee on Police Priorities and Initiatives, the minutes. I want to express my appreciation to Superintendent Marsden for outlining at the committee the current initiatives and priorities for the detachment. And I note in the minutes that he will be invited to speak to council at a November meeting, so we can talk about those subjects that he's identified for further. That's everything.
Great. Councillor Van Popta?
Yeah, regarding P8, there's 3 options in here that staff have outlined regarding the Holly Bridge. I'd like to move that we proceed with option 2, which is to go out for public consultation via stakeholders, businesses, Kwantlen, and other local user groups. But I think we could do this via combining it with other activities within Fort Langley that are probably going to go forward with public information or a public consultation. I think there's something regarding Hudson Bay Road coming up or something like that. So if we could tie this item into that, and then just solicit options that people would like to see proceed, including the options that staff has provided, whether it be fencing the full length, fencing for half the length, deterrent spikes, and or do nothing. I think it's, when it comes to the safety of Fort Langley teens and kids and otherwise, and tourists.
I think safety of the user groups in boats.
And the user groups specifically as well. There has been incidences where kids have almost jumped on the boats below. So I think it's actually, it's important that we address this one way or the other, but what option the town really wants to proceed with, I think they should have that
I
input.
just want to clarify, Ms. Bauer, the motion that you're making is to refer all the options within the memorandum to get public input at the next opportunity for an open house with something else. And I believe, Ms. Backen, we do have something coming up for Hudson Bay Street potentially. I'm not sure if that's going to be online or in person, but we could also run it online with the other option. So not sure how to get that down to a motion for you, Ms. Bauer. There you are there. So you're moving that? Number 1 and 2.
No, not item 1, because that says with that we would just move ahead without
Okay.
consultation. It's item 2.
Can you bring that back up, please?
Oh, and includes the public. Yeah, because it doesn't actually include the public in that. It just says user groups, businesses, and Kwantlen.
Yeah, can we remove that? There we go. I just have a chance to see it all. Okay. So you're looking for number 2
Yes.
to be conducted in person with other public engagement.
Correct.
You're back, and I don't know if we have a date or a timeline for any of that consultation for the Fort Langley items. Do we know? No. So if you're looking for a specific timeline, you may want to.
Before next summer.
So does that help, Ms. Bauer? Do you have that? You can form that into something?
Just confirming, the option we're going forward with in the motion is just option 2, and the public consultation is to occur before next summer.
Yes, and sorry, and if we could amend it to add the general public, because as I read item 2, although it does say key stakeholders, it just talks about businesses, Kwantlen, and local user groups, but I'd like the public.
The general public
The general
included in that
public,
list?
yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Bailey. Is there any discussion? Want to discuss it any further, Councillor Rampopta?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Councillor Martins?
Yeah, what's the chance that we have an example of what these spikes look like, a physical example? Any chance staff has that with them?
Yeah.
I know.
I believe there's a copy sitting in Mayor and Council's office area, and then there's also a picture attached to the memo.
Yeah, no, I saw the picture. I always find though actually seeing the physical example, I have difficulty with this. Again, from the world I come from, it might appear to be for safety. It's very easily overcome by thrill seekers who are actually interested in getting on top of that bridge and over. And I worry about the time of doing a public engagement on this, and for really the value that it will provide in the long run. And that is my only concern, because I think there's a financial aspect to this by opening it up for public input.
Yeah. I'm wondering if we can refer this back to staff to come back with a public engagement opportunity or plan for all options, maybe not just the spikes.
Yeah, no, sorry, I meant it for all options because that's
I
what
don't
the
see the
report has.
text above it, and again, I don't have it in front of me, so I'm not able to know if this is only to engage on the one option or all options.
It's attachment A has all options, and attachment B just shows a sample of what the spikes is. So if attachment A is included in the report, then it would have all the options.
I don't see either option mentioned in the highlighted area.
Oh, okay, well.
So I don't know if it's clear what's occurring here.
Oh.
The challenge trying to do this on the fly to capture what your intent is. If you're looking for this to occur by next summer, perhaps we could refer this, or we could table it, or just defeat it, and then you could come back with a notice of motion that captures exactly what you're looking for.
Sure.
Rather than, I think, try to have a referral that maybe not be what you're looking for, because I can't tell from this what's going to occur. Because I only have a highlighted portion and I don't have the item in front of me, but I'll leave it up to you if you want to proceed with this. We could also amend it later.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'll just bring it back later.
Well, we can certainly approve it, but I'm not quite sure. Ms. Bauer, do we even know what we're voting on? Again,
I don't want people to be unsure, so let's just table it and bring it back.
Well, I don't like us to table things that never come back.
You think I'm not going to bring it back?
You got it. Let's deal with this some way.
Just to give the potential options at this point. Council can take the motion as has been moved, which would be number 2, and would include prior to the summer and include all public, not just those listed. I will defer to Mr. Zwag as to what he believes that in public information would be.
I believe there was other memos that had other options besides just deterrent spikes.
Yes, there was also, the previous memo was also attached. The other option is that would be approval. Council could always defeat it, and if council wishes, they can withdraw the motion at this time, and Councillor Rampopta can review and come up with a notice of motion, or direct staff to come up with further information.
If you're going to do public consultation of significant, why not show up the public all of the options rather than just the
Yeah,
one
sorry.
option, right?
I assume because attachment A was under it, but it's not highlighted, you're correct. If it had attachment A highlighted, it would have all the options there with the pricing that people would be aware of. So I can just bring this back.
I'm going to bring this back. So do you want to just vote this down and then with the intention that you'll bring this back?
Sure.
Okay, because I think it's be appropriate to bring it back and have it absolutely clear that you're advancing what you would like council to consider.
For sure.
So we'll call the question on this. Whatever the numbers. We're just voting it down. So Councillor Rampopta we can just close the loop on what's on the floor. And that's defeated with Councillor Richter and Councillor Pratt. I'm sorry, that's
Wait, what?
We want it defeated so that I can.
So it's defeated. It's defeated with Councillor Bailey, Councillor Rent, Mayor Woodward, Councillor Martins, Councillor Van Popte, Councillor Ferguson opposed. Okay. Anything else under items P for information? Okay, seeing none, move on to R1, voluntary water metering program for residential areas. I'll move that. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Martins. Is there any discussion? Councillor Van Popte.
Yeah, so I didn't speak under Metro reports because I wanted to speak to this item. As a member of the Metro Water Committee, it was actually ironic timing. I was speaking with the mayor last week or 2 weeks ago in regards to metering in Langley. And he was already working on this motion, which is fantastic. And I support this. We had a report at the last Metro meeting, and there's a direct correlation between metering and consumption. When you're responsible for paying for your own water, you're more in tune with what you're using. And I think if we want to be serious about our preservations, especially in the summer months, I saw lots of people with beautiful green lawns in the middle of summer when we had restrictions of no lawn watering. And unfortunately, those who are in compliance are paying for the people who are not in compliance. And because we're all paying one water fee or a taxed rate. And if we're able to pay for our own water usage, then people who are adhering to the restrictions will see that reflected, and those who aren't will see that reflected. So I'm thankful that this motion is here. It's had great success in both Delta and Richmond, and so I thank the mayor for bringing this forward.
Yeah, thank you. I'll speak to it a bit later here, just after other speakers. Councillor Ferguson, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the key thing behind this is a voluntary water metering program for residential areas. I think the key thing is the Metro Vancouver and the member municipalities have had metering for years. It's easy for them to say for other communities that haven't had it to do it. There has been a huge cost and cost concerns for larger communities like ourselves. The next one comes on mind is Coquitlam and maybe some of the Tri-Cities, because putting the program in, it can be difficult with the idea of voluntary. That doesn't change the fact that during the summer there's still going to be water restrictions no matter what you're paying. And thank you. Anyway, other than that, I support the motion.
Great. Councillor Bailey?
This is just a report, correct?
That's right, yeah.
And I'm really glad I see there's public input and/or open houses, because I remember going through this non-voluntary process in Surrey, and you could have a very interesting open house.
Yeah, so I think that's important to raise that. So I'm going to highlight here, this is for a report to council for all the items here, which hopefully will be comprehensive and something we'll get early next year. The key word here being voluntary, and that's pretty important. Right now, if you have a single family home with one person and you're on vacation for 6 months, you'll pay the same amount. Somebody that's got rental suite on their property with multiple people. So it is a cost of living fairness issue that people have the opportunity here to, if they want one, and only if they want one, get one installed at the cost to the water utility to be rewarded for reducing water consumption. Right now, that's not an option that exists. If you are a conscientious user of our water resources and you use less, you'll pay the same as somebody who doesn't do that. And I think this puts us on a path to start rewarding and allowing people to reduce their cost of living through the water utility by simply using less water and having a mechanism in place to get a water meter and be rewarded for that less consumption and save money. And I want to reiterate for the third time that this is voluntary, that if you don't want one, you won't have to get one. And this is for people that want to be able to reduce their cost of living and be rewarded for preserving our water resources. So with that, I'll call the question on this report to council and potentially have us consider this program in a lengthy process of public consultation. That carries unanimously. Not with 4 people on this motion, who wants to move that? Councillor Martins moves it. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Pratt. Go ahead. Who wishes to speak first? Anyone?
Sure.
Councillor Martins.
Thank you. I think the fact that there's 4 names on this motion probably makes a point in itself. This is in response to, I believe we had a public hearing, did we not? We had people speaking to us about this and the difficulty with traffic along this lane, people using it as a cut through. And they're moving fast, and vehicles have already driven over people's bicycles and that sort of thing, and it is a safety concern. And I really appreciate that we're providing some clarity so that the residents in that lane have some comfort in knowing that we hear them, we see them, and we're coming up with an option to give them a sense of comfort when they're out there on that lane. And I think it takes into consideration the emergency response in that lane, and I appreciate that as well, because we have to always manage those two options. So that's why I'm happy to have my name on this, and happy that we have some clarity on what we're doing.
Great. Seeing no other discussion, call the question on R2. That carries unanimously. Move on to R4, Councillor Ferguson.
Oh yeah, here we go. Here we go. I'm going to move that, and then I'll speak.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Bailey. Go ahead, Councillor Ferguson.
Oh yes. Well, now we're here. Merry Christmas. I think that when the emails came forward, I don't know so much social media, but I immediately went to staff and I guess other members of council asking what's going on. There was a lot of lack of information, including myself included, not knowing, having been a participant in this event, and I guess I was a mover a while ago. And I just thought when I sat down and looked at the notice of motion I put in place, I thought this was a good start, because as parliamentarians tell us, you need to get something on the table to discuss it. So I placed this on the table. I think it's important to note. I would like to see the Christmas in Williams Park proceed, at least this year as well, and perhaps other years, but at least they are in need of a solution and a resolution for this year. And that will involve money, and that'll involve a methodology, I believe from council contingency or something, and to proceed accordingly. And that's why I sat down and put it on the table for today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Van Popta, go ahead.
I'd like to add or amend it anyways. I don't know if there's other people who want to speak to it first.
There's other speakers on the list. I can come back to you.
Sure,
Okay.
thanks.
Councillor Martins.
Thank you, and you can put my name in line as well for moving amendments when we get to it. I have some questions with regards to this, like Councillor Ferguson. First I heard of it was when I received a barrage of emails, and I picked it up on social media that there was a concern even to start with. And my understanding in speaking with staff and through the chair, maybe we can confirm this, I'm not aware of any complaints to bylaw with regards to parking that are directly a direct result of this event in the last 10 years, or any complaints through the formal process, if staff could confirm that.
That's correct, Your Worship. The issue's been traffic management, but no complaints.
Okay, thank you. And then as well, I appreciate there's some privacy concerns, but can staff speak to if there have been any concerns through from our staff in their involvement?
What I can say, I think, is best stated that HR has no materials on this matter.
Thank you very much. All right, yeah, I'll put my name in the line for amendments.
Great. I was going to clarify that, Mr. Bragan. You worded that very carefully. HR has no files on this matter. You didn't actually answer the question. Have there been any concerns that you've heard of regarding how staff have been treated?
There is lots of, I guess, situations where staff will explain frustration or friction, but that we see a lot in our day-to-day operations. So there certainly are examples of friction, but as to the question of HR materials, we have none on that. We checked.
Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I have a question, and I think I have an amendment too. But my question is, if my notice of motion was submitted before this one, why is this one before my notice of motion? Like, where's the equity in that?
Mrs. Bauer.
Maybe it's a rhetorical question.
Council varied the agenda.
It is scheduled first on the agenda, but at the beginning of the meeting, council did vary the agenda to place item P, or item R4 in front of item R3.
I know, but I think the real slap in the face is moving number 4 before number 3. However, I have an amendment I'd like to make as well.
Okay, I'll have you in the list. I'll come back to you. Councillor Van Popta.
Yeah, I think I'll just speak to my item first. I'm thankful that Ms. Sharp was here and provided this document as well. And what I've been able to conclude is that, you know, the society has been operating assuming that this is a township event. And, you know, reading some of this, and it's got our branding on it, I think it is a township event. The challenge and the problem I have with that is not that it's a township event, is that the Township of Langley is collecting donations. And I don't think that if we're, if donations are being collected for a township event, that it should either be going to charity or we shouldn't be doing it at all. And I think, you know, I'm in reading this document from Ms. Sharp. She's had concerns about where the donations have gone in the past with Township of Langley. And I just don't ever want to have those kind of questions out there. I just don't think that it's a good look for us, especially if it's supposed to be a free event for families. I think that soliciting donations for charity, for the food bank, I think that that's fantastic. But if it's a township event, I don't think that we should be doing it for costs. And so I think, and also, you know, reading this and hearing from Ms. Sharp that there was some issues with, you know, exchanging of checks for reimbursements and things like that. So I think I would like to move an amendment that we don't accept donations unless it's for charity, or if we do, that we don't do it at all, but if we choose to, that it goes to local charities, and that we either buy the lights that need to be replaced or reimburse the society for anything that they purchase that's for lights.
It's a lengthy amendment.
Yes,
I'm trying to think how we can break that down.
And Your Worship,
Yeah.
there is a complication to make it even more complicated. And that is that why we are resistant to it being a Township of Langley event is not because of the organizers or the concept, but because of the Supreme Court of Canada ruling in what's called the Lord's Prayer case, that governments cannot favor one religion or ideology over another. That in fact, if they are to pursue that, they must have some equity in that. So rather than have 5 celebrations or 4 or 3 during this time period, the best we can do is have independent parties that we would be supportive of, usually by way of funding from grants or otherwise. If it is the supporting party's event, then say, for example, collection of donations, that would not be the township's donation. In that scenario, it would be the society's donation. So there certainly can be some constraints put on that, but I think the view would be that we as a supporter / sponsor, as opposed to an event presenter, would put those conditions on the support that we provide for the event. In the medium to long term, with these sorts of things, it would be prudent perhaps to look at our policies in terms of supporting events, not in terms of the merit of the event, but to make sure that there's equity amongst all events. And you may recall from our proclamation policy or flag raising policy, we have a bit of a process we've now put in place to review the merit of those events, so that we're not in a situation where we're putting up any proclaiming or doing something that may be contrary to community values. So a bit long-winded, but I think that's an important element to have as you go forward.
Councillor Richter?
Don't we need a seconder before we start discussing?
Mr. Bracken wanted to inform the motion, so he turned on his microphone and started speaking. If you wish to not have him speak, we can move on.
No, I was not criticizing Mr. Backen in any way, shape, or form. I was just saying that we should have a seconder for a motion before we start discussing a motion.
Yeah, okay. So I think that that's a reasonable point. So, but Mr. Backen, do you have anything more to add before Councillor Van Pop?
Well, you see, now you're the one that's putting him in a position of having to answer
Just gonna turn your
questions.
mic off. I don't have time. I don't have time for this. Councillor Richter, I've ruled on your point of order, which wasn't even a point of order. So, Councillor Van Pop, do you wish to make an amendment that maybe clarifies what you were trying to achieve?
Well, not that I have Mr. Backen's information. I don't know. Anyways, I just don't like that. Yeah, I would like to see either no donations. I don't know if we can require that of the society to not collect donations, or not for the purpose of supplying lights and things like that. I think that the township should be paying for that and reimbursing the society. So if they would like to collect funds for anything else, for the food bank, otherwise, I'm fine with that. But
So the way to maybe get to that would be to amend paragraph 1 after contingency fund to say that and such that any donations that are collected are directed towards charitable organizations.
yes.
Is there a seconder to that? Moved by Councillor Van Pop. Is there a seconder to that? Not seeing a seconder, Councillor Van Pop, though. Yep. So we've got, did you have any other amendments?
No.
No. Okay. Councillor Martins, you were next on the list for amendments. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I have 2 amendments. I don't know how that works process-wise.
Just do them one at a time.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, so my first amendment, and thank you, Councillor Ferguson, for bringing this up and keeping this alive. My first amendment is that the second paragraph, that we remove that, if possible.
So you're making an amendment to remove
That-
paragraph 2.
Yeah, that staff work with volunteers. Yeah, et
And I
cetera,
believe
et
the
cetera.
reference to Derek Double Arboretum, that would
Yeah.
be in order. Seconded by Councillor Richter. Do you wish to speak to it any further, Councillor Martins?
No.
Okay, so that's just a motion to
yeah.
delete paragraph 2. Any discussion on that amendment? Seeing none, call the question on that. Great, so go ahead, you've got another amendment?
I do, thank you. So now that we're just looking at the first paragraph, my next amendment, I apologize to Ms. Bauer for doing this on the fly. The first is to to change a word. So in the first line, that for the 2023 Christmas and Williams Park event, council authorized staff support, I'd like to change the word staff to financial.
Okay, is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Bailey. Is there any discussion on changing the word staff to financial? Councillor Pratt.
If we were changing the word staff to financial, and listening to the delegation we had today, it seemed pretty clear that the real institutional knowledge that lies with township staff in setting up this event is what is either the go or the not go for this event this year. So by changing staff to financial, while that gives the same, obviously, dollar value of support, I don't see that as a way of continuing this event besides the organizers contracting out the labor to some other group that wouldn't necessarily, A, have the institutional knowledge, and B, I'm wondering what the implications are for our own union staff members who would be participating in this event. So there's a couple unanswered questions there that I think need to be answered, because if we're putting money into this, but it won't prevent it from not happening, it's the same as not having it happen.
Yeah, I understand the point. Councillor Richter?
Yeah, I agree actually with Councillor Pratt. I think that the delegation made it quite clear that they're on the short end of a stick right now because of the fact that they normally start setting up in early November, and we're like 1 week away from early November. Plus, the staff know how to lay all this out. If they're there to support, as the first paragraph says, for 2023, then there's an opportunity for that knowledge to transfer to members of the society or contractors that the society might hire for future years. So I don't support this amendment. I think it puts them on an awkward footing right now for this year.
I had a question, Mr. Bracken. So if it's changed to financial, it doesn't preclude the fact that we're funding staff to go there, if that's what council decided to do. Is that correct? It's like, so would this be interpreted as not sending any staff back, or maybe not sending every staff member back?
By the nature of the change from staff to financial, it would implicitly have some significance. I think the further we hear the discussion, the further that can be clarified, because perhaps it's really to authorize staff support as needed and financial support to complete the installation. I'm just trying to.
Because, I mean, we don't need, there was 163 hours last year. You don't need every single person to provide that transfer of knowledge. That might be one person. So I think we can certainly address that through a subsequent amendment potentially. I like the idea of providing some flexibility, but I'll move on to other speakers. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look at, does staff provide money now or council provides money? I'm kind of caught up on that. Is it a staff budget or a council budget, if I may, through the chair?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
We aspire to a staff budget, but have been unsuccessful so far.
Okay.
It's a council budget.
And so really staff can't really, I think the motion speaks for itself. I don't think, I appreciate Councilor Martin was honest when she said she's making changes on the fly. I don't think there's a need for any changes right now. Either, I guess a big change would be if you don't want to do it. That's fine, just say so. Don't try to gerrymander or make changes for the benefit of the Christmas in Williams Park people. I mean, they're doing the best they possibly can under the circumstances. And I think, we do want decorum with all our, anybody working with our staff. And I think they should hear that from the council table. If the staff go in there, we want to work together with an organization in the spirit of Christmas and, do a fine job and everybody be happy. I'm not sure if this is going to be the last year or not. I think that has to be determined in the future. But I think right now, I think the motion speaks for itself, and I think there's other things we've discussed earlier on this evening. It's been a long day, but we always have lots of time to discuss other things. So I just don't think there's any point making any changes at this point in time. Yeah, now, point of information, and another question, is there an actual motion on the table, moved and seconded now, amendment?
There is. There's
Okay,
an
so
amendment.
just so I know, because I'm not in favor of this. Thank you.
I understand, but it is moved and seconded. Councillor Martins?
Yeah, thank you, and I appreciate the comments around the table, and I do respect the fact that removing staff and making strictly financial does put the organizers in difficulty, and that's certainly not my intent. My intent is actually to keep it alive this year and sort of find a way through this. So I can withdraw that amendment, or we can vote it down, leave it with staff support. I'm good with that. I do have a subsequent amendment I'd like to make as well.
Yeah, so I think if, the debate has swayed you to no longer support it, you can certainly vote against it. Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, this is the reason why I asked, would you be able to complete this if you had the money and contract someone? So I'm kind of curious. Would this, I'm asking you to speculate because you don't know. If it's going to throw doubt into if they can accomplish this, then I'll be against this. I want to make sure this thing goes ahead. I kind of thought the financial might help, but it sounds like it might not.
Councillor Pratt?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I think if we included the word financial, it would, for me to be comfortable with that, would have to require subsequent language to the effect of with staff guidance or with staff assistance.
Should have done that.
And so if that subsequent motion is going to come after we approved this amendment, then I would be supporting this amendment, but I can't support it if it's strictly changing it to financial with no subsequent motion.
Yeah, so I've got the same concerns. Mr. Bracken, the way it's worded here, if this is defeated, it would be authorized staff support up to an envelope that's been going on anyway, which I'm going to speak to shortly. So the challenge there is that we're sending back sending back staff that have quietly communicated they don't want to return there. So how do we manage that?
Your worship, if that situation comes about as we're talking about personnel matters, then we would rely on the fact that we have a broad range of staff, and we would look to the institutional knowledge of some and the labor of others.
So I think the motion will survive. If it goes ahead, Councillor Pratt, we could look at amending it further. Councillor Martins, did you have more on the amendment?
No, just to clarify though, I'm comfortable with withdrawing my amendment. I don't know if I can, or if we just have to defeat it.
Just have to defeat it.
Yeah, okay, all right, and I'll have another one after that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Richter?
Yeah, I am very uncomfortable with any reference to staff being not wanting to continue on this. I think that's just a horribly inappropriate topic for an open meeting. And it should be the topic for a follow-up closed item. And to make it sound like it's a lot of staff when it possibly is only one person is wrong, because that casts aspersion on the society. And that, it's not right. I think you should withdraw that comment, Mr. Mayor.
I asked a hypothetical question, Mr.
No,
Councillor
it wasn't
Richter.
hypothetical. You made a
It
statement.
was hypothetical, Councillor Richter. Do you have anything on the amendment? Doesn't sound like it.
Yeah.
So,
Staff, they need a year to transition this if we're going to pull future financial support. Or pull future support, period.
I think we'll just process one amendment at a time. So we have no other speakers to change the word staff. I'll call the question on the amendment. The amendment fails with Councillor Richter, Councillor Bailey, Mayor Woodward, Councillor Martins, Councillor Pratt, Councillor Ferguson opposed. So back to the main motion. Councillor Martins, go ahead.
Thank you. And like I said, one further amendment. So we're looking at this paragraph again. The second line, a takedown of the displays within a cost amount. Then the next words, to be estimated by staff, but I would like those words struck so that it reads within a cost amount not to exceed $50,000 from the council contingency fund. So we're still, I'm still interested in pursuing the supporting it. I don't think staff needs to provide an estimate. I think we can just cap an amount here.
Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Richter. Yep. So is there any other speakers to that? Who's just had any more? Okay, you good? So any other speakers to that amendment? You want to say more? Go ahead. Yeah. No, you do. You don't, or you do?
I don't.
You do not. Okay, great. So is there any other discussion on that amendment? Seeing none, I'll call the question on that amendment R4. Are we clear, Ms. Bauer, on what is being amended? Yeah, great. So we'll call the question on that. That carries unanimously. So we're back to the main motion as amended. Do you have anything to bring further, Councillor Martins?
No.
No. Okay, excellent. Councillor Pratt, go ahead.
Yeah,
I don't have you on the list, Councillor Pratt, for an amendment. So
Yeah, I'll go at the very end if it's not addressed.
So it's correct, yeah. So let's just go through the people that suggested they have amendments. Councillor Richter, go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to move an amendment that the Christmas in Williams Park Society be permitted to use Williams Park for future holiday light shows.
So you're adding another paragraph.
Well, that's what an amendment is, isn't it? I'm amending the whole motion.
Maybe you could read that for me again?
That Christmas in Williams Park Society be permitted to use Williams Park for future holiday light shows.
Is there a seconder to that?
I'll second that.
It's seconded. Go ahead, Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I mean, clearly the society was created because in 1991 an event started using this park, and I think the way that they're probably feeling right now is that the rug's been pulled out from under their feet. They don't know if they're going to be able to continue to use the park. I think we should be giving them some assurance that we have no intention of not letting them use the park going forward.
Councillor Pratt.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I think that just the past couple of weeks have shown that there is a bigger conversation to be had on this specific event. I think I attended last year. I intended on attending this year probably, and if it was happening anyways. And so I think the discussion needs to be had by a council, by a collective of this community here. So I don't know if being prescriptive in this meeting right now and saying that any society is allowed to use it indefinitely is appropriate. I think that's a bigger discussion to be had. I think we're addressing the fact that we want to make sure that this event proceeds this year because that's what I think is the absolute right thing to do. But I think there needs to be a bigger discussion on future years.
Councillor Martins.
If we don't go ahead with this amendment, we're not closing the door on the opportunity for the society to use the park in the future. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so while there's not an assurance, we're still keeping it alive. This is, if I vote against it, I'm not then shutting the door on them.
That's correct.
Okay, because that's important to me. Because I completely agree with Councillor Pratt's comments that this is should be part of a larger conversation, and I welcome that. I just want to be mindful, as Councillor Richter said, just, you know, they've had the rug pulled out from under them, and I do not want to further perpetuate that inadvertently.
Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you, if I may. I know that this was in the next notice of motion, this particular topic, that particular amendment as well. But I did want to ask for the chair to staff item F11. We were discussing walkable holiday light displays. Help me out, was that genuinely referred to one location, the Arboretum, or was that discussing a number of opportunities throughout the township, if I may?
By recollection, that report was dealing with the Arboretum. The concept could be expanded in a further notice of motion if that was the desire.
Okay, because I think that there was so much discussion on F11 about, very good discussion, by the way, about how we can do different things or look at different things. And this particular amendment also it leaves us in the lurch as to what do we want to do and how do we proceed and what kind of discussions can take place, knowing that the delegation came forward today indicating that everybody is stuck with volunteers. It's a big event, and if we as a township decide that we're going to do other things, then everything changes. As Councillor Van Popta talked about the environmental issues, and others have mentioned that as well. It's also, nobody has really come up and said yet, and that Williams Park, being a all-year facility, is one of the best parks. It's a jewel in Langley, but it's not located in the very, very best place. It's not centrally located, using Campbell Valley Park or some of our regional parks where they're easily accessible to things. And so that causes a problem as well. And as we grow as a community, parks like this are great for their worth. They're in the sense that we have all sorts of displays of different flowers and plants and trees and everything else that they do there. But the actual a nighttime event in the future, I don't know, and that's something worth discussion. So. I don't think we're there yet. I think we need, as Councillor Pratt and others have said, need more discussion on this topic before we decide what we're going to do in the future.
Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I just want to note that I think Williams Park is way more central than Campbell Valley Park. I mean, Campbell Valley Park is way down in South Langley. It's on the edge of Surrey. Well, I think you're comparing apples and apples there. I mean apples and oranges, because the Williams Park is a lovely central location. It's easily accessible off Highway 1. It's easily accessible from Glover Road. Anyway, and the other thing, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to flag that I had a second amendment here too.
Okay.
And this one's done with.
Great. Seeing no other discussion on that amendment, I'll call a question on that amendment to R4. That is to, Ms. Bauer, you read back the amendment, please.
The amendment was to add an additional paragraph to add that the Christmas and Williams Park Society be permitted to use Williams Park for future holiday light shows.
I believe indefinitely was in there as well, was it not?
No, I don't,
No?
I did not do
Okay,
indefinitely.
all right, that's good. I misheard, no. That's defeated. Councillor Bailey, Councillor Rent, Mayor Woodward, Councillor Martins, Councillor Van Popte, Councillor Pratt, Councillor Ferguson opposed. Councillor Richter.
Okay, my second motion is to add another paragraph, which is to refer continued support of the Christmas in Williams Park event to the 2024 budget process.
Is there a seconder to that? Not seeing a seconder.
Well, okay, I can't discuss it because it wasn't seconded.
That's correct.
Yeah, I can. You can, right?
Do you have anything else, Councillor Richter?
No.
Okay, so Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I'd like to move an amendment after the "and," saying along the lines of early in the new year, staff and the society sit down and begin discussions on going forward in the future.
Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Martins. Councillor Bailey, wish to speak to it further?
Yeah, this is just a bloody mess all the way around. Until we get the ability to have both parties sit down and say, okay, we've got this behind us, we've got it on for this year, where are we going to go in the future? How are we going to do it? Because by giving both sides a voice and air different possibilities. That's why I asked the question, would you be able to go ahead and do this in the future with just volunteers? They've obviously shown a lot of support. And I think that if this event is at risk and people have openly shown support now, might be a whole lot easier for the society to be able to get volunteers and, with the assistance of staff or whatever. What I want is meaningful discussion between the two parties, Township of Langley and the society, the Williams Park Society, on where do we go in the future? Do they think it's possible to go ahead in a different fashion? Is it vital to have the money? I just want to have the two parties sit down early in the new year, have a year lead-up time to be able to figure this out so it's not everyone cutting each other's throat on social media, and that's both parties are doing it, in my opinion, and I think it's just terrible the way that this thing has rolled out.
Councillor Van Popte, go ahead.
The challenge that I have with that amendment is that usually direction for what we want and how we move forward would come from us and not from staff and a society. So to ask the society and staff to come up with a plan to discuss what is going to happen next year or how we move forward, it kind of circumvents the fact that those directions come from us, and so I won't be supporting that amendment.
Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that's an important note. Hadn't seen this before, but to Councillor Bailey, you said that's, I think, what the delegation was asking for. She's talking about concerns, and she knows the policy. She wants to hear it from the council. What's the next step? This particular amendment says this is the next step. They can sit down, we can have discussions, and be in a state of decorum and do all the right thing, because that's what they want to hear. And then it may indeed, as Councillor Bailey said, may spark other people to come involved, and it may be a win-win-win. So I think the motion is certainly deserved, and I think it's well said. That's for it.
Councillor Martins.
Thank you, and I thank Councillor Bailey for always saying things the way they need to be said. And I appreciate it. I hear what Councillor Van Popte is saying about her concern about that, about shifting you know, I guess the authority, for a lack of better words. And I'm wondering if it would be possible, and I guess this would have to be an amendment to amendment at some point, but if it was just strictly changing the language slightly, rather than saying plan, say proposal, so that it is putting it back into the hands of council to make the decision on it, if that would make this amendment more palatable. I just put that out there for discussion, but I don't know, maybe Mr. Back and through the chair could speak to that. Instead of saying plan, say proposal. So then council decides. Yeah. Yeah, so, okay.
Let's get the motion from the clerk.
Yeah,
Ms. Bauer?
yeah, that would help me. Thank you.
The motion currently reads that staff be directed to meet with the Christmas in Williams Park Society early in 2024 to discuss the future of the Holiday Light event in Williams Park.
Thank you. So there is no, that's a decision there, which I think was the concern, that it's just a discussion.
Yes.
Okay, that I'm very comfortable with this amendment, and I would fully support it.
Seeing no other discussion, call the question on that amendment. That carries with Councillor Rent, Mayor Woodward, Councillor Van Popta opposed. Any other amendments? Okay, so as amended, I think maybe I haven't spoken to the main motion, and maybe this has been an interesting one. I'll say the least. I always appreciate Councillor Bailey's forthrightness as well, but I think equating the situation from two sides isn't really factual. Township staff didn't send emails to anyone calling them trash human beings. I certainly didn't do that. I certainly didn't send an email saying that we deserve dog feces for Christmas dinner, and neither did township staff. So I think this was entirely avoidable and entirely unnecessary. And I think it's pretty obvious with hindsight, this was done with a political objective, not with an objective or anything to do with Christmas. I think one email on September 12th would have had me probably had a proposal for council to consider within 3 or 4 days or a week. We were struggling here because we didn't meet for almost a month, and that's a quirk in the council calendar, and I believe that was taken advantage of. I think it's pretty clear with the commentary, and I think Councillor Van Popta pointed out a good example with a change.org petition that references mayor and council made a decision to cancel the event. So I think it's pretty clear what's going on here. I think it's pretty clear what the objective was. I think it's great that this council has risen above that and prioritized the event to carry forward based on the conditions put on us by the organizers. And I think that that's fine if that's the situation. Take them at their word that they can't execute the event without township staff, and council has responded accordingly. So I think it's important for the event to continue, and I think it's important that the event continue in future years as well. I'm certainly committed to that, and I know every member of council that I've spoken to about it and has chosen to speak to me about it feels the same. And so I found this whole thing to be incredibly disappointing. I've had other groups recently that have had some challenging issues to address. One of them I would like to see released from special close this afternoon so I can discuss it with publicly. And the way they handled their situation versus the way this situation was handled is an example I would like to highlight pretty soon here, hopefully by Tuesday or Wednesday morning. I think that we want to empower and trust our staff to get things done and help the community as directed by council. But if there's a decision that senior management makes, we're here as elected officials to review, consider, and potentially alter that decision. That's what an elected body does. It is here to direct, guide, set policy, bylaws, budgets for a bureaucracy that does the day-to-day management of the township. And when the day-to-day management of the township make a decision that has, what I've discovered, has good logic, good rationale, and good reasoning that someone doesn't like, that they come to us and talk to us about it. don't post on social media to generate emails calling us trash human beings. I believe that was the intent. And that's just my personal opinion. So I think it's pretty sad to see that. Completely unnecessary. So I think that we can really improve this event over the future. I'd actually would like council to consider even increasing the funding and support to make it a better event in the future. I would like to have that conversation about a lot of events throughout the township. So I support this event. I want the event to go ahead. I learned of the decision on social media. And they know better, as far as I'm concerned. Very experienced individuals. They knew exactly what they were doing. So I think it's important that I'm going to vote in favor of this. I think it's important that the event continues. I'm a bit disappointed on some of the emails that I've seen and some of the communication. We'll just leave it at that. And it is what it is for this year. And I want to apologize to everyone involved. I want to apologize to members of the public that were told that Mayor and Council made this decision. That isn't true. I want to apologize to anyone who ever felt that this event was ever under any threat whatsoever. Because that just, again, isn't true. So with that, I'm going to call the question on this R4 as amended. Carries unanimously. Any other business? Oh, yes, that's right. R3, apologize for that, Councilor Victor. Councilor Victor, go ahead.
And I also have a notice of motion, so I'll move my motion.
Is there a
which
seconder?
Was number 3.
R3, is there a seconder? Not seeing a seconder, Councilor Victor.
Okay. And my notice of motion is, I'm making a notice of motion about, sorry, I've got it written down here, Fort Langley snowflakes for the next meeting.
Great. Any other business? Not seeing any, so we don't need a motion to reconvene. We'll just get a motion to terminate. We'll be heading back into special close. Moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Bailey. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Carried. Thank you very much.